Alright. So I made sure to check ahead of time. Trust. We're starting with black. Been a while, but I did, again, I checked. So I'm going to the marine tunnel. Alright. And then I'm heading to Marlin. So I'm almost finished. I give it 2 or 3 streams, depending on how things go. Yeah, there's also different alt costumes and stuff. I'm looking forward to it. So, that's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. So, I'm going to play to move on to that. I've been, Friday was a little rough. So, my internet was supposed to be turned on Saturday, right? I told the person Saturday, turn it on Saturday, and they're like Saturday, and then I got a text that was like confirming your appointment is Friday between 12 and 2 o'clock. I was like, what? So I told my mom, and I was like, this happened, and it's like, well, shit, that's literally tomorrow. Like, and it's like 8 p.m. now. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. So I had to get up. For that. The only reason, I don't know how true I'm going. The only reason like that really mattered is because the power was being turned on Friday, and we weren't sure if the power was going to be on before the internet showed up. And you know, you can still hook the modem up without power, but you wouldn't know if it actually works or not without it. But we didn't really have much of a choice. But the power was, the power was on. It was fine. So I just kind of sat here and what? Where am I going? Shot. What am I doing right now? I don't remember. I don't remember what the objective was. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, this place is still fucked. I genuinely don't. Okay, hold on. Maybe? They don't seem to be the area they're hiding beyond. Wait, what? Was I not done? What? I thought I was finished here. Oh. 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 Alright, we're fine. Very good. Okay. So I didn't have internet. My mobile data was kind of bad, so I couldn't really do a lot but sit around and wait. Didn't have a choice. Somebody had to be here, and I was waiting for a while, and then it was like 2:15. So I called them, and trying to navigate the customer support line makes you wonder if it's actually customer support, because they're just like, if you're calling for this, or this, press 1. If you're calling for this, or this, press 2. And if you're calling for this, and this, press 3. And you're like, oh, that sounds vaguely like the one I need. Let me press that one. It's like, alright, if you need this, and you do the whole fucking thing over again, right? And by the end of it, I'm talking to a goddamn automated machine anyway. Here's how it goes. You either talk to an automated machine that gets on your nerves, or you talk in air quotations, to a real human being. That's my favorite. So, I wanted to call him to make sure, like, hey, my appointment is on Friday, right? Because I haven't got any info on the technician yet. And I called, I put in all the information, and I got an automated message that was like, your appointment is today between noon and 2. And I was like, that's great. It's only 1:15, so I see that's happening still. So then I tried a little bit later to get a human on the line to be like, can you, like, tell me where my technician is? So I did that, and I get put on hold, and let me tell you, getting put on hold Look. Not only do they have the lowest quality, like the lowest quality music, at the same time, just terrible music in general, but there was only a 15-second loop at best, and it was constantly interrupted with ads. Promotional, like, content from the fucking provider. Oh, it's hella it's always crusty. It has to be intentional. So, like, you get, like, the first 15 seconds of it. I should really read this before... Okay. So now I go to the marine tunnel. I got it. So, you get the first 15 seconds of the whole fair, and then it's like, hey, check it out. Ads, ads, ads. So you want this? We now offer this. My favorite is how I'm on hold to contact the service provider, and I'm getting ads being like, hey, if you're interested in this, you should, like, totally contact your service provider and let them know. And it's like, oh, jeez. Now, if only I could fucking do that. Where am I, Undella? Got it. Marine tube. I gotcha. Thank you, Plutonium, for extending your tier 1. I don't even know what that means, but I'm assuming that just means you subbed for a month. Maybe. So that's what happened, and that it runs through their ads a couple times, and it's just, this is beautiful, by the way. I would love to see what something like this would look like on the Switch, because on the DS I thought it looked really, really nice. Like, I think something like this on the Switch would look really, really good. Nintendo has can make some real fucking beautiful environments when it really wants to, huh? Like, you know 3D World? That's the one. I can go up, get me a sub, but he can pay for his own. 3D World has some really great environments. This one particular level, I believe it's 5-1, where you take a clear pipe and you just go past you take a clear pipe and you just go past a bunch of like a big shipwreck, and you don't actually get to interact with the area, but you just kind of see it, and it looks gorgeous. That's one of my favorite areas, or like things in Mario games in general. Is when they put that much, they put all of that detail in the extra stuff. Like in Pokemon Snap as well, I still haven't gone back and played it, regrettably, but I really like the underwater course, because going underwater with the taking photos, it was a phenomenal experience. I don't know how to explain it, but it was really peaceful, and I really, really enjoyed it. You can see werelords in the morning. I didn't know the Pokemon you could see. I didn't know that it mattered on time of day. How did you get here before me? What the fuck? Look at the DNA splicers. Focus on beating the gym leader. Why? Dude, he feels so forced because of this. I beat Drayden. You're like, oh shit, Team Plasma. Oh, you should probably, like, go beat the gym leader first, because, you know, Lord knows you're gonna want to do that when this is all said and done. He ran across the sea, ninja style. Hold on, I'll figure this out. Don't worry about this encounter. Don't worry about it. Anyway, so, you know, I was waiting for the internet, tried calling them, no, nothing. It was like 3:15, and I got a text message while I was still on hold, mind you, and it was like, you know, technician is on its way. I was like, all right, that's good, finally. You know, I'll admit, I was a little on the like if you're gonna be late, like I would like to know kind of dealio. But then the technician arrived, and he told me why he was running late, and I was like, you know what, like it's fine. Like, I didn't want to give the guy a hard time. He's just doing his fucking job. The previous job he had was a pain in the ass. He was running late. Like, who am I to be like, took your sweet ass time getting here while I fucking lied on my floor, prone, and just like waited for did nothing. Like, who am I? Right? So as far as I was concerned, like, whatever. He's here now. Everything's all well said and done. And you know what? I had a nice time just talking to the dude while I set everything up, and I didn't really even mind by the end of it. But I still thought it was kind of a story to tell. That's all. See, I worked retail. I don't see any reason to give people a hard time like that when they're just trying to do their fucking job. It's not his fault that his previous customer is picky as shit. Who's immune in the next vote? I'm pretty sure it's Barrel. No problem, no problem. Yeah, it's Barrel. It is Barrel. Why do you have 2 Galvantulas? Why did I switch into a flying type? I guess it's because he's a poop type. Oh, never mind. He threw. It's okay. So that was all. You know, that was all said and done. Everything was done on Friday. Not everything, but like we moved some stuff in on Friday. And then I was back home by like 3, and I was thinking about streaming, but I was really tired because I had to get up so early, and I just didn't bother. So, you know, I just did some touch-ups, and then I had to be up at 8 because I got a new bed as well, and we ordered it, and it was set to deliver straight to the apartment, and they didn't give us a time. That's a nice item. Until right at the end, where they were like, it will show up between 8:30 to 12:30. Now remember what I said about when they give you an estimated arrival time with 4-hour leeway? It usually means 2 to 4 hour leeway usually means you're gonna see them at the end of that. So we got up at 8:30 a.m. Mind you, it was like plus 30 both these days. Picking up boxes, even if they're not that heavy. What the hell? I wasn't looking for you. I'm not even sure how I missed you. Huh? And I no longer care. That's okay, I no longer care. It took about 3 trips, maybe even 2 trips, to just like, I need a shower kind of deal, right? And then did more, and then I had to shower again, and then it was just, Jesus, terrible day for moving, honestly, but everything was done by Saturday. Friday I was just exhausted. I had to get up early. Then, you know, like I was up for so long. Normally I'm up at between 1 to 2, maybe closer to 3. Oh god, what's this gym? I'm not trying to miss a delivery, I understand that, but when they give you an estimate like that, it's kind of just like, shit, because now you're going to have to be there early, and you know they're not going to show up right away. We could track the order as well. Oh, that's nice looking. So, like, we knew where it was, and we knew that they had 5 stops to go, but we figured it was just a good time to do it all anyway. Somebody will be here to, like, pick it up. Yeah, I forgot you could learn that, and then we'll also be able to move stuff around, you know, just 2 birds, 1 stone. Anyway, my bed cost me $500, and that was on sale. My mom showed me it. I was like, yeah, it's like a futon. It's like it can be a couch or it can be a bed. And let me tell you right now, that shit is a bed forever, because I'm a lazy piece of shit. So I bought it because it looked nice, and the price was like, oh, it's probably like some decent quality. And this is great. This is fantastic. Yes. Let's do this. It showed up. We opened it. We put it down. The thing is about... how tall is it? Its leg stand is probably smaller than my microphone, if that gives a good estimate. My microphone is a Blue Yeti. You're probably familiar with it. So it's about that high off the ground, less than my mic. And it's leather. What kind of fucking genius makes a couch bed and makes it out of leather? Am I the idiot here? Maybe I am, because I bought it. But basically, looking at it, I can't help but think that it was originally a lounge couch, and then they were told that it needed something extra to its design, and they were like, here, you can bend it backwards and sleep on it. And they didn't actually do anything other than that. Leather is stupid to use for a bed. Yes, it is. Don't do it. I don't have any, do I have any, quick, I'm fucking dead. You're fucking dead, kiddo. Oh, hit him. He choked. Alright, good. Well, I put a sheet on it and everything, so, like, it's tolerable. Copium Extreme, because it was $500, obviously I'm going to use it. But I'm gonna get a mattress pad for it. but I was just so tired these last 2 days that I was able to fall asleep on it regardless. But as it is, it's kind of like I look at it with disdain more than anything. What could Lilligant do to a Crobat? Not much, but it had Quiver Dance and Teeter Dance, so you know it might have had something. I don't know what it could have had, but it could have caused some problems, and I'd rather not play that game. My luck with Confusion is abysmal. So I'm surprised that Hydreigon even hit 2 of them. Alright, this is fun. So, you know, we did all that. We finished moving on Saturday. Built a shelf. I put all my stuff on there. My figures, my Fumos. That Remy figure that I bought for the Toavania one. Gorgeous, by the way. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's really quality. I fucking hate putting it together. Because for some reason, figures are simultaneously made of the hardest plastic known to man, but also so flimsy that if you accidentally breathe on it, the parts you put into it fall apart. It is so frustrating. The only thing I had to do was attach... I had to put her hat on, alright? I had to put her on the kickstand. That was hard. Like, putting her on the kickstand to make sure she balances properly was painful because it didn't feel like it was going in properly ever. I don't know how to deal with this. I'm gonna do this. So that took a little bit of time. I got that in. Then her hat went on like a breeze because all you do is put it on her head. And then I had to attach 4 wings into her back. That was awful. Because one of the wings did not want to attach no matter how hard I tried. I'm dead, but I have no choice but to die. This is okay. It just means now I open the other game. And I don't remember where the other game is. Okay. The other game is open. And load state. What is happening right now in this situation? I don't know. Mista. So, you know, I got the wings in, and then I had to take them all out to get that one in, and I was fighting that one. Oh, whoops. Right click? No, I am running 2 different emulators. White 2 runs on RetroArch, and then Black 2 runs on Despot. So I just switch between them. I pause them and then switch. It's convenient. Alright. My button layout is not the same whenever I switch though, so I have to readjust to that, and I never quite do. So once I finally got the first wing and I got the other ones in and she was good to go. Actually not, because I had to equip her with Gungnir, and Gungnir, by the way, it's really sharp. Her wings and her spear are legitimately sharp, and it's hard to put pressure on the end of sharp objects with your fingers. Oh yeah, no, the Remy figure I have has been available for pre-order for nearly 2 years. I actually only committed to the purchase about a month before pre-orders stopped. And then it came really quickly. So, yeah. Like, I got kind of lucky on that. They have a Sakuya figure up now for her Toavania outfit, but I honestly don't like it as much. Like, I think her outfit's fine in that game, but I think Remy's design in that game is really, really good. So I really wanted that one. So I went with that one. I'm not gonna really buy any figures right now, though. Yeah, we'll just do it. We'll just battle. It's Toavania Remy, not one of the regular Remys. I know that for some reason they have when they release Toa figures, they have alternate outfits for them, like the alternate color schemes, and I'm just like, what? Why? That's weird. Toavania Remy is a black and white version. I have the version that is accurate to the game. That's the one I have. I didn't know there was an alternate outfit. I'd rather get the proper coloration anyway. That's like the last figure I bought. Just fly. fly. What are you gonna do? Hit me? Up we go. And then that. Oh, he's iron fencing. Hold on, I'm gonna Dragon Tail him. Gonna Dragon Tail him. Oh, it's only Pokemon, right? Okay, good. Get out of here. Perfect. Perfect situation. Look at that. Get out of here. Take 2 damage and be on your way. Damn. It's a bad matchup. Next generation. Figures are too expensive for me to just be like, I want that, and then I buy it. So, like, I bought that one because I really, really like that one. Tolvania is really fucking cool. So, if I was gonna get a figure, I wanted it to be that one because it looked really, really nice. Maybe I'll get like an actual figure down the line, but Nendoroids I have some Nendoroids, that's about it. This is, what is this? Can Dragon Tail miss? Yes, it can. I also have accumulated at least, how many Fumos I got over there? 5, 10, 15, 19. I got 19 Fumos. So, there you go. Got plenty of those, so no problem there. You just like explode. Oh my. This is the video game. I have a lot of Fumos. I do. Alright. This is an insanely obnoxious fight. But I think this, I don't know. Nothing I do works. No! I wanted to press Dragon Tail. My input didn't register. Now I'm dead, right? Fuck you, Luigi. I ain't dead. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Pokemon. Pokemon. Pokemon! What's my plan here? Suplex. Easy. Easy plan. Easy plan. I don't have suplex. Shit. Okay. Now cross chop and win. There you go. Easy stuff. Easy stuff. So yeah, it was a real busy day yesterday, and it felt weird because since I got up so early, I'd gotten up so early, by the time like 2 o'clock rolled around, I felt like I'd done so much in the day. But at the same time, I didn't. Because normally I wake up around that time. So it was weird. And then I got real tired when it got dark. I was like, what time is it? It was like 20 to 9, or 20 to 10 at best. So that happened. And then yesterday, I had to get up early for grocery shopping. So I had to get up early again. And I did that. And then I was tired again. Had my friends over, played some Smash Bros. And then after that, I woke up early today. So my sleep schedule is looking better. I'm not gonna change my stream times or anything like that though. Like the days off and times are going to be consistent. But like now I have to do that thing where I have to function as a real human being. So I need to wake up on time. I woke up at 9:20 today and it was a little rough at first, but like I was pretty much wide awake. Bought muffins so I can have breakfast. Like I'll have stuff. Yeah, my stream times are good. Between 5 and 10 my time. So like that doesn't really intrude. If I need to go to bed early, I don't go to bed till like 11 or 12 anyway. Or I won't when, like, it's basically similar to when I worked mornings. When I worked mornings, I would go to bed between like 11:30 to 12, maybe a little bit later. And then I'd have to get up, I had to get up for 8, work at 8, so it wasn't too bad. Practice streams wouldn't really be iffy because practice streams I do on days off between 8 and 10 anyway, so it never actually goes past my usual time, it just starts later. Right, that doesn't not super effective. There we go. Thank you, Blizzard, for the resub. It's been a busy weekend, but it's over and done with now. Again, video's done, so putting that up soon. Soon, TM. And I'm laying the groundwork for the next one. That's my plan anyway. My place is carpeted, so you can't hear my chair wheeling around very much anymore because it doesn't wheel around very much anymore. And I think it still creaks and squeaks, but I don't really hear it as much. I'm tucked away in the corner. So basically this room is one big room, and I'm here. And I sleep over there, and then I sit on the couch there, and then I stream here. I'm very self-sufficient in a one room. That might kill me. That's embarrassing for Ninjask anyway. It still creaks. Well, it ain't perfect, but I can't really. I don't really want to look into buying a new chair at the moment. Why'd I do that? You are a Ninjask. You are going to hit me with aerial ace. I don't really want to buy a new chair because I just spent $500 on a bed. That makes me upset. But, you know, I'll tolerate it. As long as I can't really control if it makes noise when I move around because I'm not a very still person. If I start moving around a lot in my seat, which is a bit annoying. I understand that much. Can't sit still, like ever. But it is what it is. Everything else has been pretty much fine. And now I'm here, and I have food, and I have responsibilities and bills. Good start. It's a great start. And I bought cookies, and they're great. But they're really fucking sweet. So I can't eat many of them at a time. They're really good though. So in other news, less so in news with regarding my life. There's been news with other stuff. So there's some stuff coming out on Steam for Toho games, which I don't really pay that close attention to. But I hope they're in English. That's the part that interests me, is if I can play them in English. Seems like there's a... From what I've gathered, there's like a Sekibanki game, which I thought was already on Steam. And there's seems to be some kind of RPG with the 3 Fairies of Light. That's has nice art. So I'd like to try that if I can read it. And the Yuka game that I played earlier by Nuknin. The 3 Fairies RPG has a store page in English. They all do. Pretty much all of them do, but then if they have that big old, this is your multiple English language not supported thing, it's just like, oh, well, shit, right? Hopefully if they're putting it on a platform like Steam, they're gonna support English languages. Seems like a right thing to do. The dev has been translating it. Alright, that's promising information. I will most likely take a look at that then when the time comes. There are a few things I need to check out, because obviously. Thank you, Lila, for the resub. Other than that, I think there was something else. Right, the Yuka game I was talking about. That one by Nuknin. So apparently he was working on a extra stage for the game, and it seems that's getting released to Steam, or at least they're trying to release it to Steam right now. It's going through the process, whatever that is. and he made a tweet, I think it was yesterday or the day before, that was like, oh, okay, so the game is going to be version 2.0, and it's not compatible with previous version save files. So if you get the updated version, you don't have any save data. It's like, oh shit. Well, that sucks, doesn't it? The more important question I have is it going to have English? Is it going to have proper translation, or is it just going to use that sorry excuse of a machine translation that it's using right now? And you know what? It's better than nothing. I fully believe that it's better than nothing, but the fact that it was made and then like no attempt for a proper translation in English was made, it's just like, all right, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? Here's your machine translation. Okay. Hey, I would like to translate the game in English and have it be proper and like make sense for English speakers. No, thank you. And it's like, oh, is that so? Kind of looked like a pepper, a little bit. Dude, the Clefable in the other game is dark. And the Clefable in this game is bright as shit on Cross Tropic. Fan sub quality? No, okay. Don't diss fan subs. You're kidding me. You're fucking kidding me. I'm alive? Bitch, I win. Some fan subs are great. Others aren't. But I appreciate when people put in the attempt to fan sub things that no one wants to do themselves, even when they don't properly understand the language and sentence structuring. Now, I'm sure all of us have watched at least one or two different shows that have the fan sub quality where it is a literal translation of the text without being restructured to make sense in English. I'm sure we've all seen one or two of those. They're very confusing, and I have to wonder if it's not just better to sit there and not read them at all. Thank you, Demo, for getting the sub. But, you know, fan subs can have some fun. Fan subs also have translators notes and stuff that give you some information on different things. And some of them use words that can very easily be switched out and then run a translation note on them. Those are my favorite. Examples, of course, Keikaku, all according to Keikaku. Translator's note, Keikaku means plan. Why the fuck didn't you just say all according to plan then? What happened there? That kind of thing, right? Like those are funny and they're completely pointless. And you know, Death Note ended up making a big meme of that kind of thing. But it is what it is, right? Like I would rather something than nothing if I really want to check a series out, kind of thing, right? Like you want to know a cool bug fact? So I don't know how many of you know it. There's a series. It's called Del Toro Quest. It's written by an Australian woman, and as a kid or teenager, I guess I really liked it. They had the books in my junior high library, and I got the first one, and I got hooked on it, and I kept reading them. And then there were like additional series and shit. And I just kept reading them. And I found out there was an anime. Right? It's like straight up. Wait, hold on. I'll figure this out. There was an anime for it. I was like, that's amazing. I gotta watch it. So I went and found it. Only a dub existed. There were 65 episodes. 52 of them were dubbed because the other 13 weren't canon. And there was some filler stuff in it. But anyway, more to the point. The dub show was like aired on, I think it was like Cartoon Network or something. I don't remember. But they aired the dub somewhere. There was definitely some censorship, which is really bad. It was just like straight up removal of sound effects. So like in the first book, this is a spoiler by the way. Also the books are more violent, so characters actually do die in the books where they don't die in the anime. But here's a spoiler for the first book. At the end of the first book, the main character and the other character with them, they fight an immortal knight named Goral. And he's protecting a flower that blooms every, like, I don't remember the time frame. And whenever it blooms for like 5 seconds, and it gives off a nectar that grants like eternal life. So he's there. He ends up stabbing the main character's companion through the chest with his giant sword. I'm talking like, how the fuck could you even be alive long enough to struggle, kind of deal, right? So he gets skewered, and it's bad. And then he's okay because the Deus Ex Machina, aka the magical blue goo, whatever. Chot help. The game is now over. Oh no, I figured it out. So that's in the original. Well, I say original, but in the actual like Japanese version, you can hear a sound effect where he gets stabbed through the chest, and it's like, oh shit, dog, that ain't good. But in the dub, there's just nothing. There's no sound effect. You're just supposed to like accept that the implications of him getting stabbed are there. There's also a scene where another one of the characters beats the ever-living tar out of another person with a baton and hits them at least like 6 times. And there's sound effects for them getting hit, but again, in the dub, they're just completely mute. So she's just swinging her baton at the camera, and you're not hearing a single sound come from the baton, and you're just like, okay. Stop here already, you look strong. Shoot, let's start. Let's okay, mild. It was weird censorship. But the thing is, I watched it dubbed, and I was perfectly fine with the dub, and then I wanted to watch the extra, 13 episodes, couldn't find them anywhere. And that's when I learned that nobody in the entire world wanted to make a fan sub of it. They just didn't. They didn't want to do it. So only the dub existed. I was like, cool, I'll never be able to see these last 13 episodes. And as of recently, there's actually been like, someone's been putting together fan subs. I think they're done now, but they've been putting like actual legitimate fan subs for the series. And you know, it doesn't improve the quality of the show. If anything, I'm now understanding that the show's quality is kind of questionable at best, but rose-tinted glasses have me see it in a very nice light. Yeah, this is a crab battle. I'm not playing this. It's called Del Toro Quest. The books are really nice. I like the book series a lot. It's 8 books, and then there's an additional series that's 3 books, and then there's an additional series that's 4 books, and that concludes the entire series. Really enjoy it. So I watched, I watched it all, and then I looked around, and later I rewatched it later as well, like a couple of years down the line, and once again I just took a look because might as well. And I found that someone on YouTube had used Google Translate to try and make a fan sub for the last 13 episodes. So they ran everything through like Google Translate, and they tried to structure it in a way that was feasible. And you know what? It worked. It actually worked. It was perfectly acceptable. They just, they got the idea of the sentence, and then they restructured it to make sense in English. And it was a little rough around the edges, but it was done by a fan who really wanted people to see these additional episodes and be able to understand them. And I was really appreciative of that. I really, really was. Yeah, that's good. I mean, you remember, Keifu, right? Keifu is the same, right? They run it through a machine translation, and then they touch up the machine translation. If you just run it through the machine and don't touch it up, it's bad. That's what happened with the Yuka game, right? The Yuka game was like they ran it through the machine translation and then just left it as it was, and it didn't make any fucking sense. So that's how much they cared at the end of the day, I suppose. They cared enough to run it through the machine, didn't care enough to make it look presentable. But it is what it is. Whatever. Kinda looks like a Bidoof head. I like it as bronze. I hate this fucking Pokemon though. I don't have any fire type moves. Oh, I can't kill it. It is done. I'm recovered. I got heal blocked. Ha! Unbelievable. Air tick. We're gonna cross chop it. There we go. Useful tool you need to polish up. That's true. You gotta polish it up. It's the important bit. I better not fucking freeze. Alright. Catch these hands. That's not gonna kill me. I'd like to remind you that Blizzard's accuracy is 70%, which means it only hits 70% of the time. You know, if you feel like living a lie. Excellent. Excellent. Very good. Great even. So, I ended up getting sidetracked from my original point conversation. There's some games coming out on Steam. Obviously, we know 17.5 is on its way. And they gave us a new character. The Murasa is in the game. And it's I didn't look too closely at the information because I can't read most of it. But it seems like Murasa is a playable character in the game. Is that what it is? Am I correct in assuming that? And she has a sick coat. She's got a sick coat, like Drake's, like a real captain's coat. She's wearing shorts. Because remember, she originally is wearing a skirt, but because of the way Zun drew the folds, it looked like shorts. So people were like, oh, it's shorts. Didn't I hit this thing to like half HP? Why is it at full? What the fuck? Chat. What? Did he have two Clefables? What? Why is this Clefable at full health? I don't understand. You just had two Clefables? You're kidding me. Alright, whatever. 4 playable and Murasa's it. So here's the final. So the playables are Reimu, Marissa, Kaneko, and Murasa. Okay. Murasa, Marissa. I got it. Safeguard? No. God. Alright, very good. Light Clay should make Safeguard last longer, in my opinion. Not that anyone really uses Safeguard that much anyway. So, it might as well. Alright, now I gotta go find the Shadow Triad. Okay. So Murasa got a nice looking outfit, and she seems to attack with her anchor. And I want to, I'm very interested in how the story of the game works, because obviously we know that the Eagle characters from 17, which came out like, what, 4 years ago now? I don't remember. I don't remember when it came out. The characters of the Eagle Mafia are going to be involved, so we're gonna meet Kotetsu, I believe her name is. So I have to wonder, I can understand Kaneko being involved somehow. I'm actually glad that she seems to be involved personally in this sense, because normally when the Moria Shrine's involved, Sanai is the one who has to play the video game, so to speak. I have no idea what Murasa's doing, though. I have to wonder what it is, like, because I'm wondering, I don't even know how gameplay for that game works yet. So obviously she's going to use her anchor to attack, which is cool, but I'm wondering how exactly she fits into the overall story. Thank you for the resub, Donut. Or Sasha. Or both, whatever you prefer. The only thing I really noticed, did Murasa used to reside in Hell and Byakuren were sealed? Yes. Murasa, Ichiden, Nue, and Sho were all in the underworld. And they were released into Gensokyo when Orin launched the geyser to get the attention of the surface dwellers. Because the events of 10, 11, and 12 are all interconnected in that way. Wow. So 10 happens, and 11 happens because Kaneko goes to hell before she dies, and she finds Oku, and it's like, yo, you want to have like super nuclear powers? Eat this bird. And Oku, being a genius, eats the bird and becomes a nuclear power. And she goes a little bit crazy with power because she's really strong now. And Oren's like, oh shit, that's not good. And so Oren uses, because the surface and the underground aren't supposed to have any contact, so the only way they could really like be like, yo, there's something happening down here, you might want to come check it out, was to cause that eruption. So a bunch of vengeful spirits and stuff got launched up into Gensokyo from the underworld, and it just so happens after that and all that, and that thing is level 57? I didn't realize. Oh, I hope I die. I deserve to die. The Holy Father. How did you miss? He hit 2 blizzards in a row! Good. It's good. You hit 3 of those. We don't miss out here. Unless your name is the Holy Father. Then yeah, you fucking missing. Unbelievable, dude. I missed twice in a row. Twice! How? Anyway. So once the events of 11 conclude, part of some of the characters who got launched out of the geyser, being who I mentioned for Toa 12, are like, oh shit, what up? We're now in the surface. And we're not underground anymore, and now they want to correct their mistake to the past and bring Byakuren back. And then the events of Toho 12 happen. And then Toho 12 settles, and then they're looking for a place to put the Myorin Temple, and Byakuren finds a spot that has power below it that she's like, oh, I should probably like put the temple here to prevent whatever is dwelling beneath the spot from like ever coming back. And that area that she put the temple over was in fact the Divine Spirit Mausoleum, aka where Miko was. And I don't know if her settling there was the catalyst of their revival, or maybe I think it was Sega did it. It was like, yo, shit, get up. There's some stuff going on outside. I'm not really sure. I'm a little hazy on the exact details, but I'm pretty sure that Byakuren's actions were directly involved with the mausoleum waking up, so to speak. So, you know, all the games have that interconnectivity to it. 10 to 13. And then 14 is just like, the objects are revolting kind of dealio. You can fly. You can. Yeah, this way. The objects are revolting, and then no one cares, and then Reimu solves the incident, and again, no one cares or even knows what she did, so she threw herself a huge party to celebrate an incident resolved, because she wanted people to know that she solved an incident. What a thing to do. Oh, I have to heal. I don't actually have to heal. Nice. There we go. I'm interested in seeing what Murasa is capable of doing as a character more than anything. But one of the things I saw on Twitter was some people were excited about Murasa. And then there was definitely an explosion of Murasa fan art. But one thing that really confuses me is the people who don't seem to care about what character gets in the game, as long as it's not a popular character. That one confuses me. I don't understand that. Some people were way more interested in like the character getting into the game not being one of the popular characters than they were that it's actually Murasa herself. It's like, oh, I don't even really like Murasa, but it's nice to see underrepresented characters get into the game. It's like, why? I would rather the characters who get in the game be included in the game because the plot is written in a way that it makes sense for them to show up. Including characters for the sake of variety or because, oh, this character isn't very popular or used a lot, we should use them this time. It's just like, I don't like it. Stop calling me. I just don't understand that. It's like, obviously there are some legitimate Marasa fans who are probably really excited, like, oh, Marasa's in the game. I like Marasa. I think it's cool that she's in the game, and I want to see how she fits into the overall story, and I want to see how she plays, because I think with the anchor she's gonna play really funny. But imagine if you were just like, oh, I don't care about that character, but I'm really glad it was Marasa and it wasn't like Remilia. Like, right? Like, do you see how that kind of comes off in that way? I don't really like that. It's like, oh, like characters who came out before 2009 have no right to be in anything because they had their time in the light. And you should only put characters in your Toho game if they're new because they're underrepresented. It's just like, okay. All right, what are we doing here? I like characters from that era. I like Remilia, I like Patchouli, I like all of them. They're all great characters. If the story is written in such a way that those characters can reasonably be involved in the story structure and it makes sense, and Zun's pretty good at that, mind you. I think Zun does a good job of including characters in his games in a way that is feasible or makes sense, that isn't just like, hey, you guys like EOSD? Here you go, it's the EOSD. Woo! The fans do that for the most part. But it's more so just writing a scenario that works for the characters. That's what I like. So I don't truly understand the whole. I don't care which character gets in as long as it's not not a popular one kind of deal, right? A lot of interesting things. All characters in attention. It's mostly a hot mix of elite hipsterness and a chance of other characters getting represented. So I seriously saw a guy go, well, nice, we got a character that's easy noob bait. What does it even mean? What does it mean, noob bait? I don't even understand what that means. Well, the thing is, I have seen people shit on Nuhus as well. I don't understand that. Like, I legitimately saw someone talk about Saki, and it's like, this character is literally just Aya in a cowboy hat, and the designs haven't been good since, like, Toho 14. It's like, bro, what? Chill the fuck out. Not that serious. Noob bait is characters that are popular outside of Toho. Oh, you mean Shirno. But then you also got the opposite side of the spectrum, where if like, hey, let's make a Castlevania game. Alright. And Castlevania is known for Dracula, right? Yeah. So that means we should have a vampire be the antagonist of the game, right? So anyway, Remilia is in the game. Why? God damn it, man. It's always the fucking Scarlet Devil Mansion crew. They get special treatment every time. Like that kind of shit, right? Like, you're not allowed to include a character who's popular because they're popular. Doesn't matter if you like the character. They're popular, so they're not allowed. They've had their time in the light. They can go sit down and let new characters show up. They're popular, dude. I don't get it. Yeah, it is best to ignore it. You are correct. I admit it got under my skin more than I'd like it to. And but like, I just don't understand it. I don't see anything wrong with enjoying that Marasa is in the game by any means. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think it's strange when the only thing you seem to be concerned about is that the character who did get into the game isn't popular. That doesn't make any sense to me. I feel like you're focusing on the wrong thing when that kind of thing happens. I don't remember what I'm doing, but the guy popped out of the water before, right? Yeah, there we go. Alright, we're done. One person making a Mega Man game with Racing as the main character got a backlash because Saki is a boss. Yeah, I saw that. I don't really know what that was about. The thing about the Mega Man S games is you can put whatever 8 characters you want, and then you theme a level and a boss fight to them. I would like to see a Saki themed level, because it would probably take place in Hell, and it would probably involve a lot of stuff that would make sense to her character. in which case she gets some extra fan representation in a creative way. And also will utilize some of her attacks and her spell cards in a different platform, so you can see them in it from a different perspective, which is great. Now there's nothing wrong, like if the dev of that game was like, oh, Remy's a boss, oh, Patchy's a boss. I haven't actually followed it too closely. I'm very much looking forward to playing that game myself, so I'll play it when it comes out. But if the developer was just like, I want to include this character because I have a good idea for a level for them, and I like the character, and I have a good idea for boss patterns kind of deal, then, you know, that's fine. But it seems that's something you're not allowed to do if the character you have decided to do any of what I just said for didn't come out before 2009. But at the same time, there's also people who will feel the exact opposite and will want characters who only come out after 2009. Momiji is used as like an enemy in the other Mega Man, like the Rock Maiden series. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You can just use characters as default enemies. They don't really need a rhyme or a reason for their existing. You can just use whoever you like. That's why it's a fan game, right? I think the only character in the entirety of the Rock Maiden trilogy that is explained for their inclusion in the game is Yomu. She might be the only character as to why she is hindering Reimu's progress for the to get her donation box back. Every other character is just like, fuck it, they're bored. Whatever. Characters can just show up and do whatever they want. It's free real estate. It's more so with the playable characters kind of thing. A reason to include them in official games. Oh yeah, you're right. Momiji is a White Wolf Tengu. She's not allowed to leave the mountain, so she won't. So fan games, you know, in this portrayal against Okio, she can. And there you go. Now you can play as Momiji. But Momiji's not going to show up anywhere but Yokai Mountain in the official works. And that's fine. If Momiji became a playable character in 17.5, I would expect the reason, if they gave one, they would have to give one because it would be fitting to the story, is that the events take place under the mountain. Well, not really under the mountain. I don't really know how the underground works relative to position-wise, but if it technically counts as on the mountain going underground there, that she would still be on the mountain, or she got promoted and is now allowed to leave the mountain. Because I guess promoted would be correct, because Ai is allowed to leave the mountain, but I don't believe Hatate is, and they're both Crow Tengu. So you need like special permissions to leave the mountain. So if Momiji was a playable character in that kind of game, it would be because she gained special permissions, or because the Tengu's interests are at hand. Although Momiji is a very low-level Tengu, and there's plenty White Wolf Tengu, so you know you gotta have reasons. And I think Zuna's good at giving feasible reasons. You know, not every reason has to be like perfect. For example, in Toa 18, Saki is a playable character because a card showed up and it had Remy's powers, and she was like, "Oh shit, what up?" and then went to check it out. Right? Like, I wouldn't say that's the most amazing reason in the world to include her as a character in the game, but it's a reason that makes sense within the overall plot of the game. So I think that's perfectly fine. Hey, Saki is here. Why is she here? This is why. And it's like, oh, that makes sense, right? As long as you can properly explain it. If the game doesn't need proper explanation, go fucking crazy. Patchy also asked her to find them so she could do research. I didn't know that bit. I don't know as much about Toa 18's plot as I would like to, because it's still relatively new and I haven't really delved much into it. Saki is popular, yes, but that's not why she was included. That's stupid. We just spent the last, 15 minutes talking about why that's stupid. Been a playable character since the 7th game. Established shot type. Probably faster than this. Her last appearance was 14, yes. How am I slower than a... What? Unbelievable. How am I slower than that? Here we go again. How do I even... What do I do here? I don't know how to fight. It's 57, dude! This is the ace. Okay, I see. All the playable characters in the series. You got Marissa, Reimu, Sakuya, Yomu. You can count the pair characters. I just kind of count them as the Yomu and Sakuya, though. What do you call it? Who came after that? Toho 9 is Toho 9. It's a little special. That one's a little special. And then Shanai, and then Raysen. Those are your characters. No reason not to bring Sakuya. I don't really know, like... Yeah, Sakuya coming back in 14. I think that one makes enough sense because the whole event is like the characters who show up in that game have tools that they use for their daily duties. Marissa has the Hakudo, and then Reimu has her Gohei, and then Sakuya uses her knives. So it's like, hey, you want to put Sakuya in the game again? And then what's the reason? And then he gives a good reason. Because the events of the incident are making her knives act out. So it's like, oh shit, go check that out. You can't say that popularity doesn't play a single role into it, but I think it's more so just like they've been playable characters before, so they're expected to return every now and again. And it just so happens that this game's plotline makes perfect sense for them to be involved. Like Yomu. Yomu appears in Toho 8 with Yuiko, and then her next appearance is in Toho 13. Because the events of the game, the stage 1 is in the underworld, that's why you fight Yuiko, so Yomu getting involved makes sense, and then they bring back her shot type. I don't remember why Yomu's involved in Toho 17 though. Raysen being involved in Toho 15 makes perfect sense, and also introduced a new shot type in general. I would like to see new characters than the already established ones. But I do think it makes more sense to be like, you know, established characters than a new shot type, and not just too many new shot types. Aya and Chirno are, I guess, the exception to that, but Aya has technically been playable before in her own spin-off games, so it is what it is, I guess. Toho 19 would be like... Toho 19 would bring back, I don't know, Raysen or Sanai? No, Sanai was in the last game. I think Racing. Bring Raysen back. Give me something that involves the Lunarians again. Actually, scratch that. I hate them. Give me something that involves Raysen in a way that makes sense. There you go. There you go for the gifting the sub. Toho 19 will get rid of Marissa. They'll be doing her a favor. If she loses any more power, I don't know if she's gonna make it. The nice thing about the spin-off games that are still canon is they get the opportunity to explore a different genre, which in turn lets them explore different characters. Like Suika and Tenshi, for example. Those characters... Suika doesn't really fit well into the Danmaku experience. She doesn't play properly. She's kind of overly violent. So what better way to include Suika in the series than by making her a character who fits in a 2D traditional fighter format, right? Kokodo too, I suppose. Tenshi's really strong. Iku's a bit of a weird one. And you know, they do have spell cards that show up in the photo games, the exception being Kokodo. But like, the ability to add new characters like that is cool. Because, you know, when Zun does the written works as well, he tends to include characters. He tends to make the main characters ones that would not be able to participate in the Danmaku game for one reason or another. And most of the reasoning is because they're just regular humans. So like Rinosuke, Akyu, Kozusu, they're incapable of doing Danmaku stuff. So they'll never be able to feasibly appear in a game because they can't actually actively participate in it. The other end of the spectrum is when the character is too bonkers strong that they would break the balance of the quote-unquote game. Like, Yuka's a good example for that. Eiki as well. Yuka and Eiki are two very strong characters in the lore, but they're until 09. And that's not really like the format of the game is different enough that you can kind of get away with that sort of thing. And then in Silent Sinner and Blue's case, Zun created characters who were stronger than Rainbow, stronger than the main character. So those characters were too strong, and they beat everyone. So they wouldn't actually fit into the game. And that's how the legacy of the Lunarians goes down. They showed up in the written works, were ungodly levels of powerful, beat up all the main characters, and won. And, you know, it was what it was. Hekate is a little different. I know Hekate Zun has said that she's like the strongest character in the series. I get that. And, you know, 1215's Danmaku is kind of like fucking insanity. So, you know, that you are right about that for sure. But that game's whole premise was just nonsense to begin with, so she can be there. I guess that actually makes perfect sense because the whole idea of the game is like, you know, it's insane, it's difficult, it's hard, it's crazy. So what better time to include a character that would, in theory, break the game balance of the game than Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom, right? Hekate is in the same tier of strength that characters that I just mentioned were considered too strong for like the overall game, which in turn makes Legacy of Lunatic Kingdom a perfect game for that kind of character to show up. There you go. I've presented my explanation. I don't really like that pincer. I would like to see a Toho game that uses the first Lunarian War as a premise. Because if you didn't know, in Silent Sinner and Blue, what did he hit me with? Oh, superpower. In Silent Sinner and Blue, it's actually the second time they're invading the moon in that one. Because apparently the first time they invaded the moon, Yukari did it, Suiko seemed to have been involved. They were utterly crushed, outmatched. The moon is just too good because the moon is good. That's another thing about the moon. The Lunarians are really strong and powerful and godly and amazing because they're really strong and powerful and godly and amazing. Like, they are what they are because that's what they are. And there's no other reason for it than because that's what they are. And it's like, wow, that's... I personally hate when characters are presented in that way, where I'm just supposed to be like, oh, these characters are like basically Superman, but they have no story to them. I'm just supposed to accept that they are Superman and be done with it. Wait till I get the sun people. I already have one. She's like 6'3" and she's a fucking idiot, but everyone loves her anyway. She is the sun person. When you see her, you can sing "Here Comes the Sun." You won't get to the doot doot though. Well, just because you know the end result and the reason behind the war doesn't mean you couldn't use it as a premise, right? Sure, you know what a prequel is, right? Like, a prequel is the events of a game leading up to a sequel to a game, but leading up to the events of the previous. For example, Fire Emblem 6 and 7. Fire Emblem 7 is a prequel to Fire Emblem 6, so you know what happens at the end of 7 just by playing 6, the game that came before it. So if you could make an interesting premise to give more like detail to what happened during that time instead of just a rough overview of like this happened, this is how it went down, and it's over and done with, I think that'd be kind of cool. Like how, you know, Keifu focuses on the creation of the of Gensokyo as a whole as its premise for a tactical war game, which I think makes perfect sense because that's definitely a good time frame for characters to be like have that kind of like level of large scale conflict. Right? So with like the underground, the Tengu, everything, yokai in general, it's a perfect setting to use for that kind of thing, for that reason. So I also think that the first Lunar War would also be a really good, setting for that kind of thing to explore. Mess this up, fix this. And again, even if you know the outcome of the war going into it, because I already know what happens at the end of Keifu just by virtue of it taking place before Gensokyo exists, right? If you can make an interesting enough story surrounding it, then it's all worth it. You want to know the events of how a major event in the series went down, because the first Lunar War is one of those events that is talked about, and we have not really received any information on it at all. We've gotten a bit, but it's one of those things that you could expand upon and give more information. And I think that would be an interesting concept for a game. Lunarian's technically losing the manga. Kai got away as she was. Well, okay. This is a spoiler for Silent Sinner in Blue, but Yukari, the first war is like a battle of raw strength, right? So she just straight up invades the moon with nothing but brute force, and it's clearly outmatched, and it's like, oh shit. So the second time around she does it, here's a spoiler warning, ready, go, is she has her friend Yuko, because Yuko is a ghost. She does not have any life energy inside of her at all. And what that means, wait, let me figure this out. What that means is since she has there's no life in her, she cannot be like detected by the Lunarians. She can basically walk around and she's basically fucking invisible. So she just kind of walks around the moon for a while and takes a tour with Yomu. And then by the end of it, because the thing is, there's a portal to the moon that opens up every full moon. When the moon reflects on the misty lake, you can jump in and it'll take you to the moon, the lake on the moon. So she goes in there, and then she just has to wait a month. So she takes in the sight. No one can see her or detect her because she's a ghost. So she's dead. So there's nothing about life and death to her, so they can't sense it. And then, you know, she steals really valuable moon sake and then takes it back to Gensokyo. And then when the Watatskis realize that it's been taken, they're like, shit, we blew it. And then there's a little more information on why Yukari did it in Runagate. More spoilers, of course. Like, at least the reason listed was like, these events happen after the Lunarians, Eren and Kaguya, show up and become citizens against Gensokyo, right? Yukari's like, yeah, whatever, we accept all kind of dealio, right? That kind of dealio. And it seems like she wanted something from the moon as, I guess, like tax for them moving in kind of deal. So she just took some sick-ass alcohol and was like, that's ours now. There you go. They paid the tax. Alright, I'm gonna be real with ya. The fact that this dude's ace is level 57 means I'm using candies here in white. Sorry. We're going to 53. Safeguard. Nope. Blizzard? No. Good thing I got all those candies. Yes, thank you. Thank you for this. This makes my life hell easier. Yeah, if they stole sake from the moon and drank it, they couldn't return it. They'd never be able to get it back. They truly took something from the moon that could never be returned. And you know, the Lunarians are all stuck up elitist assholes, so that probably stings them a lot worse than stealing something that they can just be like, that's alright, well you fucking brought it to your gross impure earth, we're taking it back and we're gonna run it through 13 decontamination chambers and it's gonna be good to go again. It's like, you really want this sake back? Alright, well, open up, fucker. That kind of thing. Alright, here we go again. Yeah, the thing is, the Lunarians they're aliens, but they're also like alienated from the entirety of the Gensokyo spectrum at the same time. Because Gensokyo, not counting the gods, or I guess you can count the gods in the same tier as yokai. Like, yokai and humans exist in a way that balances the power, I suppose. Because yokai need humans to fear them to exist. So they need, they need humans. Yokai need humans, but humans don't need yokai, kind of deal. So the power balance between them is quite obvious because yokai created Gensokyo. So the Lunarians showing up and not being affiliated with really either side could have really just done whatever they wanted. So if you didn't make it clear to them like this is how it's supposed to be, don't fuck with this kind of deal. That's also why Rayson actually mentions it in, I think it's Wildhorn Hermit. She starts selling these little like rabbit charms or whatever. I forget what they do, but she starts peddling her own goods on the side, and they think that she's up to some. They think that she's up to something. What's the word? Scandalous, something like that. And she mentions that there's no way she would ever like try to swindle her clientele because they fully understand their position in the world. They are neither human nor yokai, so neither side is with them. So if they alienate both sides, then they have no one to turn to anymore. So if they start acting like twats and make humans hate them, and then start acting like elitist pricks and make yokai hate them, well, congratulations, now you get your own little fucking moon in the woods. You two alone. No one ever wants to talk to you. The end. They understand that. So even though, there's still some times where Eden will make a snide remark about how she's so great because she was a moon person. They don't really pull a lot of that shit because they know if they do, then people around them are gonna be like, alright, whatever, fuck off. And then they have nothing. But the actual moon people who are still on the moon are still 100% like that because they don't give a fuck. They have no reason to give a fuck. They live on the moon. They look at humans like we look at books. Some of us look at books better than they look at humans. But you get what I mean? You get what I mean? The Lunarians that are stuck in Gensokyo have a better grasp on how they're supposed to behave than where they are. They understand their environment. Whereas the Watatskis are just like, well, who fucking cares? I'm the moon goddess, so I can just be like, snap my fingers and suddenly I can defeat Sakuya. I'm dead because this is great. Alright, well, this is fantastic. Truly amazing. I'm having the time of my life. I am not switching to Mr. Mime. You have a bug move, don't you? Oh, Fury Cutter. Doesn't make any effort to portray or depict the Lunarians as nice because they really aren't the rest of the world. Well, I know. But what I'm saying is like, Eren and Kaguya are still Lunarians, right? But they're not gonna act like elitist snobs because they understand that in their position, if they alienate themselves from the rest of Gensokyo, they will truly have nothing anymore. And they'll just be alone in their mansion, which they were okay with for a while, but now that they were like, exposed to this world they're in, they're like, oh, we kind of want to like make the best of this. But in the case of like the Moon Rabbit, Rayson, the blue-haired one, and the Watatskis who still live on the moon, and even Sagume, they're just like, they still all hold the same beliefs. Do you understand this video game? Now, I understand that hail is active right now, so there's no chance that Blizzard can miss. Don't worry, I fully understand that part. How did Dragon Pulse miss? Is there an answer to that one? Can I get an answer? Does anyone know? Snowcloak. Yeah. Why do you have... You're the ace? Why do you have a fucking citrus berry? I'm dead again! The Watatskis have higher respect for Eden, whereas the rest of the moon considers her a traitor. Now, they obviously still have Lunarian opinions, because they're still Lunarians. Maybe they do have a softer opinion on the world around them, but at the same time, they're still Lunarians, which means it becomes less so like, oh, look at the people on Earth, like looking at them like equals. It's more like they look at them like we look at newborn puppies, I guess. Maybe a little uglier than a newborn puppy. You get what I mean? Where, like, other Lunarians will look at the Earth as a bunch of insects, and then someone will be like, oh, that's a cute little boog. That kind of dealio. Alright, now, give me a Pokemon that magically dies in one hit to that button, and we're good. Bring it on. Oh, I've been waiting for this move, actually. Tri attack is really strong. I'm getting rid of recover. I need to recover. No way. No way. Crab battle. No! What are the odds? Yo, it's not you that's got me. It's me that's got me. Alright, very good. Hammer and I win. He's a higher level than me. We weren't evenly matched. He was always one step above. Oh, he threw. He threw, it's over. 90% chance to hit. Is that the lie you've told me? Is this him? Is this the man who lies? If you don't understand impurity, Kagare, just replace it with cringe. Now you're speaking like a true millennial or zoomer. I've lost track of what I am and what those entail. Sorry, I'm getting old. But you are correct. Just assume that every Lunarian thinks the world is cringe, and then it'll all make sense. Scald. No one can use this. I respect that he set his gym up in a way that he can do that. But my god, this dude is just like, why is he... Why? The concept of life and death is cringe. Could you imagine, like, you go down to old Gensokyo, and you talk to like a new Lunarian, like imagine that kind of culture on the moon, right? The Lunarians, how did you get here? You were on the back. All right, so this dude, you think Team Plaza's bad? No. This dude is like, it's real introspective and then disappears again. There we go. Welcome, I'm playing this game, Pokemon, and then I'll play more Pokemon eventually. But right now, I'm pretty far into this one. Chang in prison forever because of her cringe crimes. It's all cringe. Lunarians live a long time because their concept of life and death it's virtually non-existent, but they still age and they will still die eventually. But it's very faint kind of deal. Cringe. Yeah. But like, you know, you just walk around, you got the young moon kids, they're talking about Earth, and they're using words like cringe. That's when you banish them. Kaguya got banished because she gained immortality, and gaining immortality meant the absence of death. And because there was now an absence of death, it was foreboding. Where the fuck am I going? Or something like that. Anyway, point is, that's a crime that deserves banishment on the moon. But I also think that saying the word cringe should be banishment from the moon as well, because there is nothing pure about that word at all. Also, how come they're so obsessed with purity and whatnot, but their attitudes are rotten? What's up with that? Does their personalities not count when we're talking about pure things? Because they're all rotten assholes. But I guess you can just make your own rules when it's your society on the moon, right? We only accept pure things. Accept the things that are impure about me, we don't have to count those. Right, I'm surfing on a mime, I forgot. I got outraged. Inaba of the moon, Inaba of the earth is a very weird one. Because everything that happens in that manga is... It's hard to gauge if it's true. Let me explain what I mean. So, there are basically 2 written works in the entire series that are dubious in canon. The first is Seasonal Dream Vision, I believe it's called. It was after Curiosities. I say dubiously because everything written in it is fan-made except the short story. Except the short story at the end that's written by Zun himself. That's the only canon bit in there. And Inaba of the moon, Inaba of the earth credits Zun for it, but it seems like it's one of those things that is not really sure if all of it is Zun's, writing for all the different little comics. So even though there are events in there that can happen that don't necessarily contradict anything in canon, it's hard to say for sure if they are in fact canon themselves. So I wish you the best for hurricane warning. A tropical storm usually hits here in summer, but we're done that. I don't think I've ever been present during like a legitimate hurricane, so I don't know. I cannot believe what it's like to be stuck in that kind of thing. So, good luck. Good luck. Be careful. I'm not really sure what to say. I advise not going outdoors though. I ain't gonna fuck around in the wind. Bomb. An exaggeration of stuff that happened in canon. Okay. Oh, by the way, chat. I remembered, I caught Grizzly on. I was going to do... Let's see, I'm not gonna count this water route, but let me see. There's the cave. There's Giant Chasm. And then there's Terrakion, so... I'll put all those together. Zun didn't write it, as far as I look, but he's credited on the basis for setting and characters. So that's the thing, right? It's hard to say, like, it's hard to be 100% sure on it. Because, obviously, he's credited for the characters. But in terms of setting, how much of the setting was he involved in? If he wrote the storyboard for specific chapters, that makes it canon, right? Because it's Zun's work. And you gotta, like, split hairs like that, and it's honestly just a pain in the ass. So it's basically just one of those things that you either accept as or you don't. Doesn't really matter. We'll be right back. I'm not dead? What? I thought I was dead for sure. I went to take a piece, but because I thought for sure that self-destruct was gonna kill me, but it didn't. Oops. Sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't know. All right, what were we talking about? Torment? That's fine. What are we talking about? Moonfuckers. Oh. Let me try that again. Fuckers on the moon. Odd canon. True? True. I can't think of any examples. Although I think the first time the road to liminality was ever really, like, explored or looked at was in Inaba the Moon, Inaba the Earth. I don't recall if that location is mentioned anywhere else. It probably is. And it's probably explained what happens there, but like a visual representation of it is shown in that that manga. And it's interesting. I really like it. The idea of it is the road to liminality is it's basically like a festival, a vendor street. So people, you have to go do, I think it's like volunteer work or something. So if I remember correctly, the Yamas, like, they have the stalls and stuff and run by people from hell. Well, people, you know, spirits from hell and whatnot, as part of like their, what's the word? Repentance, I suppose? I don't actually know what that word means for sure, but I say it a lot because of Isaac. So they work stalls like that, and it makes hell money because apparently hell is underfunded and densely packed. Apparently how it goes is they just, you know, they do like their community service there. It's part of their atonement. That's the word. There you go. And if they're caught like cheating the stalls, then they get severely punished. So it seems like all the business practices there, despite being run by literal hell spawns, is they're all pretty above the board kind of deal. And I think the concept of that is quite funny. It's like, imagine just walking down a vendor street and all the vendors are they're just people from hell. That's just it. Just fucking demons running a shooting gallery, selling cotton candy, stuff like that. And like, you know, it's all above the board. It's all kosher. It's all Gucci. They ain't gonna like, you ain't gonna like find a loose hair in your food or whatever, right? It's all crazy. Going to hell and doing community service. That's why it's hell. That's why it's hell. Hell always being in a semi-permanent state of political turmoil is incredibly hilarious satire. I agree with that. I do. Heaven is also involved in its own way. Like, they had to move, they left old hell because they didn't have room, and now current hell is what it is, and then it's, heaven is supposedly too crowded for humans now. Humans can't go there anymore, but like some of the characters who have gone to heaven have been like, because in 10.5 have been like, are you sure it's crowded up here? Like, I don't know if this is a good version. That sounds like bullshit. Heaven and hell aren't as amazing and beautiful as we're led to believe in Toho universe. That's what makes them interesting. You know, I don't really think too hard about it though. Zun just kind of writes what he wants. He's a strange man, for sure. He's like thinner than me, and he consumes about 5 times as much alcohol I do before he feels anything, and I'm surprised he's not like dead. Just because of the amount of shit I've seen him drink, even just on stream and stuff, right? Ridiculous. Heaven dwellers are just stuck up like Lunarians. I don't actually know. It's I don't think you're wrong, but it's really hard to say for sure because the only celestial we've ever like been able to talk to is Tenshi. And there's only a few things we've learned from Tenchi herself. One, Tenchi's family was moved into heaven not because they were celestials or like earned celestial status, but because their role in the world was important and they were moved up to there as a result. Apparently, her family is not treated with the most respect up in heaven as a result either, which is kind of unfortunate for them. At the same time, Tenchi is, she was handed a life as a celestial without actually earning it. So she's basically a spoiled rich kid. It's actually a nice looking cacturn. She's basically a spoiled rich kid. She was given something like that right to her, and she didn't have to work. She didn't have to work for it at all. So she just firmly believes she's better than others, and everything in heaven is better than everything on earth, just because, you know, that's all she's ever known. She's like, yeah, I'm one of the chosen ones. I'm great. No hard work. And it's exactly the kind of attitude you expect from rich kids, who'd be like, you know, you can make easy money. All you have to do is take out a small loan of $1 million from your rich father, and then invest in some property and taxes and stock market, and voila, suddenly you're your own self-made billionaire. It's like, wow. So how do I go about getting that $1 million from my dad? How do I do that part? Because it seems like that is the hardest part of this. That small loan of $1 million. I can't do it, dude. How I traveled around the world with just a backpack and my dad's trust fund. These are the stories, man. These are the stories. That's how she be. That's just how she be. Bada boom, bada bing. How would Celestials and Lunarians see each other since the Lunarians managed to end up there? I have no idea. I don't recall Tenchi ever talking to a Lunarian. I don't even remember what she talks about with Raysen. I don't think those two ever actually met in the story, did they? Did they? I can't recall a single exchange between Tenchi and Raysen in 10.5, and I don't think there's any other game where those characters interact. Or 15.5. What the fuck did she say in 15.5? Whole plot of SWR, Tenchi being fed up with heaven. I don't think it was that she was fed up with heaven. I mean, she was really bored. Because the only thing they do up in heaven is apparently it's just a bunch of old men who fish and then like eat peaches. And she got really bored of that lifestyle. Because again, she didn't earn her place up there. So everything up there to her is just like, it's all amazing, perfect, and better than everything down on earth. But she's really bored because, you know, she hasn't, heaven is where you retire. That's it. The game is over. You've completed it. Now relax. But then Tenchi never really had any time to do any of that work, so now she's just a bored child. And she's also really powerful. And because she got bored, she was like, I'm going to use my powers to make everyone's temperaments into weather and then watch the effects on the surface. And then the surface dwellers came up and were like, yo, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, haha, are you mad? You should kick my ass now. Do it! And then that's, there you go. That's 10.5 in a nutshell, I suppose. Spawned a lot of things with old Tenchi, that's for sure. And then in 15.5, she actually got kicked out of heaven because she ate a bunch of really important meeting snacks, and she said they tasted like shit. And then her dad was like, Tenchi, why? Go home, go, leave now. And now she is banished to Gensokyo, and she tries not to tell people because she wants to be self-important still. So she shits on everything on the surface world, but she's not allowed to go back to heaven because she's been banished. So whenever anyone brings it up, she's like, well, they'll let me back eventually, so you're just gonna have to deal with me. I can go home anytime I want to. I'm bored. The paint doesn't look that bad, but I don't know. He's like baby poop green. I don't like it. It's too poop colored looking. I thought it was a pretty good nutshell. Pretty accurate. You know, it misses some of the finer details, but that's the whole point of a nutshell. She got literally grounded. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that. Yeah, this is why Tenchi is considered a masochist, because she poked the bear, and then the bear is like, "What? Couldn't you not?" And she required pain. You know, by the end of the events though, Tenchi got her own ass kicking in, because she's still really strong, mind you. But yeah, if you ever check out any Tenchi dojins, safe for work, by the way, you'll notice that sometimes Tenchi and Yuka are paired up together because, well, there are 2 letters in the English alphabet. I'll let you think about them on your own. That people put with those 2 characters and think, this is good. I remember one I saw that was just Tenchi doing everything in her power to piss Yuka off so Yuka would hit her. And Yuka was like, I know that if I hit her, that she wins, so I cannot hit her. And it was a very interesting dynamic, because Tenchi was just deliberately pissing her off and fucking with her because she really wanted Yuka to smack her up. And then Yuka was just like, I can't do it, because if I do it, I lose. If anything, it's more punishing to her if you don't do anything, even though it would be great stress relief for all Yuka. It's wild. It's wild. I've never really, I don't know how extreme they're taken, but I'm sure there's plenty of examples to pull from, but I prefer my violence to be comedic in nature, because then I can laugh about it. Unless, I can understand violence and gore and certain things, but like, I'm not really looking for gore. I'm just looking for like Tenchi to get smacked upside the head, called a dumbass for what she's doing. That makes me laugh, because at the end of the day, she's gonna take a lump on her head, get up, and be fine, right? That's it. Masochism is the ultimate defensive weapon. Well, I don't want to agree with you, but I have a hard time refuting that entirely. I randomized trainer names. Trainer names in this, oh, that's a nice bayonet. I think I've seen that one before earlier. Trainer names can be randomized, but it pulls from a pool that's used in the randomizer itself. So even when you randomize it, it's not that great, because the name pool is pretty small. Damn it. Embargo, heal block. Well, heal block actually kind of fucked me, if you can believe it. The occult ball incident ever resolved? Yes? I think? I don't know where they are right now, but I believe the occult balls themselves are not currently active. But urban legends can still prop up because of the nature of Gensokyo itself. It's kind of like the balls were the catalyst for the event, but if you've read any of the written works, like Forbidden Scrollery and Wildwood Hermit, for example, some of the chapters incorporate events following the urban legends incident, because in Gensokyo, the way it works is urban legends become real within Gensokyo when enough people talk about them. Kind of like how a yokai is born. Yokai are born from fear of the unknown, right? So a yokai of darkness is because they fear what they don't know in the dark. Hence, there you go, Goo Gaga, Baby Rumia. But in this case, like, here's an example of a chapter. There was a chapter where a magazine, a tabloid magazine from our world, the outside world, fell into Gensokyo, and it was from 2012, back when, the whole 2012 the world's going to end fiasco. You remember that, right? They made a movie about it, after all. So that kind of tabloid magazine got into Gensokyo, and it was like, the world is going to end on this day, and then some people looked at it and were like, surely that won't happen, right? Like, there's no way that'll happen. But the thing about Gensokyo is that if enough people believe it, it actually happens. It comes true. Urban legends are given life when enough people talk about them and give them life. That's the whole reason that yokai even exist in Gensokyo, because the fear of humans is what keeps them around. So it was kind of a big deal. Whoa, that is not a plusle. Because it's like, okay, surely the world's not going to end, but as soon as you start talking about it and the entirety of Gensokyo's human population is like, the world's going to end, and then they believe it, the world is actually probably like going to end in Gensokyo. It's a mixture of belief and fear, because fear leads to belief, right? So not really, they're kind of like one and the same in a sense. So like they just, you know, there was also another one about an urban legend where it's like there's an urban legend of a story that is told by someone that no one ever hears the end of it, because if you hear the end of the story, you die. And it's like, oh, that sounds stupid as fuck. But, you know, if enough people end up believing it and in turn fearing it, then eventually it comes true and it starts happening. So urban legends started appearing throughout Gensokyo because they were given life through belief and fear, which is that's how the occult balls worked like in the first place, right? They chose urban legends and then gave life to them. Like Marissa's urban legends are the seven generic like after school story stuff that you tend to hear about. Also used in examples, you know, stuff like the anatomical model, the 13th step, the ever popular Hanako-san, like stuff like that, right? So that's Marissa's urban legend, so she went with that. And then the occult balls materialized her urban legend to be used as a weapon. That kind of thing. Belief making them exist and fear giving them power. Yeah, that sounds correct. That makes sense, but at the same time, like, belief is, yeah, similar to faith, and that's how gods get their power. Gods can also get their power from fear, I suppose, but fear is pretty much 100% for yokai, right? But the thing is, they're kind of the same thing in this sense, because you believe it. You believe it to be real, and because you believe it's real, you fear it, right? Because the reason the outside world is not a safe place, or not a habitual place, habitable, not habitual. Habitable. The reason the outside world's not a habitable place for yokai is because a lot of people no longer believe. Wow, that happened. A lot of people no longer believe in yokai, and in turn they don't fear it. They rationalize their fears with explanations. Like, you fear something you can't explain, you'll rationalize it. So even though there are still some people that, you know, maybe they do believe in ghosts, stuff like that. Like, there's not enough people that hold that fear. There's too much common sense. That's why the border of Gensokyo is referred to as the border of common sense, because, you know, it keeps common sense out. Can you defeat a Hark Rod? Will? Yeah, sure, dude. Like, if you were like heard a bump in the night, you would probably be like, oh, it was probably just this, that, or this, right? You wouldn't. Most people's first thought isn't that I'm being haunted by a ghost kind of deal. Because common sense would dictate that that's likely not the case. Now, who knows? You know, maybe there is a ghost haunting your sorry ass. Who am I to say that you don't have your own Casper hanging out at your pad? Alright? Who am I to say otherwise? But, like, the whole thing with Gensokyo is the entire human population believes in yokai. Because they believe in yokai, they fear yokai, right? If you do not believe in yokai, you do not fear them because they're not real. Hence, belief and fear is the same thing there. Same with gods, I suppose. Some gods, you know, you can fear gods, but faith and fear, I don't really know how intermingled they are and that kind of thing. But at least for like Kaneko's case, faith, they do things for the humans believe in them, they give their faith. Believing in a god gives them power and form. You see that stuff in with yokai, 'cause some yokai become gods as well, right? They're kind of close to each other in a sense. But when you stop believing in a god, they lose power. And when nobody believes in a god anymore, they cease to exist. It's like how when no one fears the yokai anymore, they cease to exist. That kind of deal. There might be a ghost in my house and I don't pay rent. That's current age fear. I'm not afraid of the damn ghost who lives in my apartment. I'm afraid that the ghost is using my resources and not paying any rent. That piece of shit. How dare they? If you wanna ooh, that's fine. But it's gonna cost you at least 50 bucks a night. Come on, man. Wing attack. Yeah, that's good. Oh, he's level 55 now, isn't he? Yes, he is. Because Dragonite learns Wing Attack level 55. You might Hydro Pump me. Thinking about it. My team doesn't handle water types very well. Or Pelipper. 50 bucks is a lot. You're right, you're right. That is a bit extreme for a ghost. But the ghost doesn't need to eat. The ghost doesn't need to eat. The ghost doesn't need to sleep. Like, but he's also freeloading, right? Like, if he did my dishes, I wouldn't charge him anything. But if he's just gonna freeload, he's gotta do something for the house, right? Especially if he's keeping me up at night with his fucking ghostly wailing. Like, when you're cranky, listen. I'm gonna charge 50 bucks a night if you're gonna keep me up to 4 a.m. going woo. Like, that's gonna get annoying, because even if I'm not scared, I'm gonna have to buy earplugs, right? There you go, that's a whole new expense you've created for me. It's fucking earplugs. I don't want to listen to your bitch ass go ooh all the damn time. You see what I mean? They're mooches. I'm gonna get haunted. You know what? That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna get haunted for this conversation. I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be like, yeah, there's voices in the wall. I know I have neighbors. No, it's not them though. I'm talking like, motherfucker showed up, but ghostly illusion came out of my computer. I would probably take a ghost over the noises in the wall, yeah. You know how great it would be if I could just like hear the sink turn on and hear the dishes being done? And just be like, oh, thanks, bro. Like, I could sit down, I can't play video games with the ghost, but I can, like, sit there and explain the story to the ghost and just talk to the ghost. He may talk in ghostly wails, but, like, you know, he's still listening, he's still there. This is peak 2021, huh? This is what quarantine does to a person. Here we are. You know how hundreds of years ago, the idea of a ghost being, like, within 50 feet of you was enough to make you just want to like drop dead or disappear from the entirety of the world? And now here I am being like, yeah, if I had a ghost and he was like ghostly wailing, I would like, you know, just hang out with him. I'd ask him to do some chores and then we'd play video games, have a good time. I'd make a new friend. His name is Walter. He's from 1943. He died of natural causes. He really liked this place, so he couldn't let go. And you know what? Now we're buds. I'm teaching him about the modern world. There you go. If I met a space alien, I would like to go drinking with them. Well, Zen's got to figure it out, because if you're going to communicate with a space alien, the best way to do it is when both of you are inebriated, right? Because that way you know neither of you is going to bullshit. You're going to talk to a real honest-to-God human who's like, yo, you're an alien. And that alien's probably going to be like, yo, you're an alien, because they're not really going to have a concept of a human, right? What are we to aliens if not aliens, right? Think about that. We are extraterrestrials to extraterrestrials. I don't know where I'm going anymore. If I'm being honest with you, I'm a little lost. There's a lot of trainers here, and I don't want to be here anymore. It's awful. I would like to just get to where Team Plasma's boat is. This water route is awful. It's terrible, and I hate it. Goodbye. Fortress. Are we the aliens? Well, that's the whole idea of an alien, right? Am I wrong? What do you think an alien would refer to us as? I mean, they wouldn't refer to us as alien, because alien is a word that we made up to describe things not from our planet, right? If anything, an alien's gonna come down and be like, blah, 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 and there you go. That's their word for alien. But the idea is still the same. They're gonna look at us and be like, the fuck is that? What if they're not even like different from us? Right? What if they look like us? What if they look like us completely, but they just don't have the same talking? They don't have the same ability to communicate like we do. We have to figure out like how to communicate with each other. That kind of thing. They always brush over that shit in anime and TV and stuff like that. It's just like, well, we will now speak the universal language, English. Oh, fuck this thing. This is not a good matchup. Chat, were you ever afraid of aliens? Now, I get my fair share of like alien knowledge because I watch Vinesauce, and both Vinny and Joel apparently were afraid of aliens when they were younger. And like they're really, I don't know how much Joel is fascinated by it. Probably decently fascinated by it. But Vinny is fascinated by aliens to an extent, and I think they're interesting, but they're not really anything I've ever thought much about, like UFOs and stuff like that. I've never felt anything akin to fear when thinking about aliens, ever. But I also think that's just because, like, some of the stuff, a lot of the cartoons and stuff where I saw them, like, they weren't really portrayed as anything other than just, like, goofy space people, right? Howard? Yes. Yes. Can't play that any longer because it's got copyrighted apparently. But that's Howard. Imagine 2062, a UFO shows up right over the Capitol, comes down, and there he is. Fucking Howard. He was real the whole time. Turns out he had been here back in the early 2000s, danced in front of a green screen, and his motion was so rigid because he was so nervous that it just looked like a 3D animation. And he came back all these years later to be like, yo, that was me. Motherfucker came for the glory. Howard the alien was real the whole time. That's a story for another day. Oh, I'm in the bay, that's why. Where the fuck am I? Todd Howard the alien. But yeah, no, like cartoons and stuff. Oh, whoops. Never thought too hard about them in terms of aliens. I just always thought aliens were kind of funny and goofy. They had ray guns that went pew wee 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 wee, and the flying saucers were cool, and I guess they liked to probe people, but I don't think I really understood what a probe was, so I didn't care. And I knew they abducted cows. Thought that was kind of weird. Like, I don't really know what else to say here. The aliens were aliens. I never watched the History Channel or anything like that when they went full fucking alien either, so. What is a probe? I'll tell you when you're older. Snake. Okay. I don't know, I don't understand the probe part either. I think it's just because people have claimed to have been abducted by UFOs before, right? And I guess the origin of probing comes from their first-hand accounts. What if they actually did get abducted? I watched Independence Day when I was young. I don't know what you really call that movie, but I enjoyed it. The aliens in that movie. I never watched Alien, like Ripley Scott, Alien with the xenomorph. I never watched that. I have a feeling if I watched that as a kid, I would be fucking terrified of aliens. But yeah, I never watched it. But the aliens in Independence Day were very violent. I just thought they were like, you know, I didn't associate them with my idea of aliens, so I didn't really even think about it that hard. I was just like, all right, they're aliens, I know that, but like, the aliens I think of got big old black eyes, and they're thin and gray, and they're bald, and they're just beautiful. I love them. But my concern with aliens never really went much further than that. However, I do remember when I was younger, I liked, I say liked, but had a strange obsession with jump scare stuff. I remember one that my friend checked out. I was watching it. You know the tricks they do, right? They're just like, look at this image. Look at this spot right here on this image. Focus on it, and it's like, boom. And then you freak out. It's like, whoa, dude, what the fuck? I've been bamboozled. I've been scared. Oh no. That kind of dealio. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, oh, here's footage recorded of Alien. Take a look. Do you see it? It's in the corner there. Let me zoom in the camera. Look, do you see it? It's there. Do you see it? And it slowly zooms in, and then it was like screamer noise, and then it was just like a dude in a gray alien costume, and it looked, you know, it just looked like a gray alien costume, and I was like, wow. Chat, I don't remember where the ship is. Anyone want to help me out here before I like waste all our time? I don't remember where I'm going at all. Is it not in the bay? I thought it was in... Oh, fuck. I thought it was in the bay. I could use a hand here if anyone wants to let me know where the hell I'm supposed to go right now. Because I don't remember where the ship is. I thought it was through the cave, and now I'm here in Undella, and I don't think I'm in the right spot anymore. Cheap jump scares... Well, they were lame, but I like grade 5, grade 6. I don't know, that was like the hotness, I suppose. You checking out jump scares on the site. It's funny because those sites weren't blocked on the school's like system. The Seaside Cave. That's where I was, right? Like, they block all forms of social media, anything that could potentially have anything like not safe for work. But then you could just access a website that is full of screamers, because those were okay by the board standards. Now that I think about it, how the fuck did that fly? Truly, how did that fly? Yeah, I beat that guy, right? And then he let me through, but what do I do now? Do I follow the water? You surf and push boulders. I don't have strength. Huh. I don't expect them to find every weird site, but like, I feel like there are things on a screamer site that would catch, right? You're thinking of Giant Chasm. This is Seaside Cave. Giant Chasm is where I'm supposed to be headed. Oh, I got it now. Okay. Okay, I got it. There's a button to sort TMs, yes, but I still would have had to go to the bottom because strength would be the newest TM. Strength would be the newest TM, and it would be at HM, and it would be at the bottom. Where is strength, chat? Because apparently I'm supposed to have it right now. Uh-oh. Well, sometimes you could see, if you, Google Images had moderate safe search, but sometimes things got through that as well. it just happened. Like you can control everything, that's for sure. Where did I go? Where do you get strength in this game? North of Humalu, Colress gives you a machine. Oh. Oh, that area I was before. I guess I was supposed to go that way. Maybe Hugh mentioned it and I didn't pay attention. In which case, that's my bad. But I did battle all the traders and stuff, so I didn't really lose progress, so it evens out. We'll call that evening out. So he'll just stop me up over here, huh? Oh god. It's a neat town. I like the design of it, but it's not that exciting otherwise. Oh, I can do the route. For some reason, I thought I couldn't do this route without strength, and I just walked away. This is where Terrakion is. So, the wild encounter for this route's gonna count as Terrakion, just so you know. Alright, well, I battled everything in the cave, at least, so... I technically didn't lose any progress, but I did things out of order, that's all. It's 7:18 p.m. right now. Ew. My time zone is weird. I'm getting water spouted, so I need to hit it before that happens. Strength isn't needed to get to that weird rock. I remember Colress giving me a machine, but I thought I needed strength to go here, so... Weird. Yep, PM. My time zone is ADT, Atlantic Daytime, Daylight Time. It is AST when daylight savings is not in effect. So I technically have two different time zones, AST, ADT, depending on which is in effect. It's the same time zone, just with daylight savings taken into account, but we call it something different when that's the case. 1 hour later in the Maritimes, they always told me on TV. That's correct. I believe we're the only province to use that time zone, and I'm pretty sure the only other places that use ADT, AST are places in South America, which is weird. Why those two places? Is it just because we jut so far out that our time zone is fucked? Oh man. Ugh. Time zones are confusing. Are you guys over in Europe? In your time zones? Crazy. Where are my repels? I'm pretty sure Australia is 12-hour difference. Well, 12, I don't, they're a whole day ahead. They're definitely a whole day ahead of me. It's 13, yeah, okay. And Japan is like, I think Japan was either 12 or 8, I can't remember exactly. It's 8:20 over there, okay. Well, good morning then. I just know that sometimes when Worcester goes live, it's like 8 p.m. my time, so he starts to stream super early. I thought it was a 12-hour difference. Oh, so this is where... Okay. Hello. Yep, this is Terrakion. Exposition. Do you plan to confront Team Plasma? I do. You gonna help me? There we go. Well, the reason we're not all one time zone is because the sun hits us at different times. So the idea is that, you know, the sun is currently hitting me at a position where it's going down, so it's 7:21. But on the other side of the world, where the sun is up, it wouldn't be considered 7:21 p.m. because that would get really confusing, right? So it makes more sense if we just all have a universal time, but not a universal time zone, if that makes any sense. I get it. I truly do get it. I just live at a place with a weird time zone, in my opinion. The only thing that's really convenient about it is that it's only an hour ahead of EST. So I can tell EST and like PDT pretty easily because I'm an hour ahead EST and 4 hours ahead. I know what Pokemon that is. It's a Gen 2 Pokemon. Yeah, it's Ampharos. People want noon to be when the sun is highest in the sky. Some places in the world don't get that, but that is true. Yeah, if the sun coming up at noon here is the same as the sun coming up over there at the same time, like the sun can't be in both places at once. So can't both be at 12 o'clock. I understand. I get it. The only time it really confuses me when it's a time zone I'm not familiar with, like Greenwich. Greenwich Mean Time. Anything European, essentially. European time zones. I can never remember if you guys are like 8 hours ahead of me or 5 hours ahead of me or like 13 hours behind me. So I'm in the future. Shit's weird, man. Hit him with the rock slide. Actually, that might kill him. Oh, never mind. We're good. Christian stream 7 a.m. your time. Oh my god. I would never be awake. Well, maybe I will nowadays. So we'll see about that. 7 a.m. is rough. When I watched Vinny is EST. Vinny would start his streams at 12 EST. So his streams would start at 1. And he goes to bed at 4 a.m. his time. The yam hour, as he calls it. And the yam hour for him is like, oh shit, it's almost 4 a.m. I better pack it up. And I'm just sitting here like, oh, you know, it's 4:45 in the morning. I was maybe shouldn't have stayed up and watched the whole stream, but I make bad decisions too. This guy's purple. And perp. And purple row. And purple row. There you go. I'm gonna adjust. I'm gonna adjust my my sketch. So I'm gonna start. Normally, what I would do, you know, I wake up, and by the time I did everything I need to do to be like alive, I suppose it would be around 3 p.m. But now I'm shooting to get up earlier because I'll have to go grocery shopping and stuff in the morning. So I gotta do that. So I'll be going to bed earlier, and I'll be doing. Basically, I'll be ending my days with the stream, not necessarily starting my days with the stream, which is probably better in the long run. I'm usually exhausted after a stream anyway, so I just dick around. So if instead of dicking around, I just go to sleep, and then I'm good to go, and then I can do work in the morning. That seems like that seems pretty good. We'll see if that works. I mean, whether or not it works is irrelevant. You don't really have much of a choice. Part of being an adult means that you have to deal with things that you don't like. I don't want to wake up in the morning. I hate the morning, but I gotta do it. Because if I don't, well, what have I gotta do? Complain? Who's gonna listen to my complaints? What do I gotta do about them? Whirlpool? Alright. Hey, Mondays. Get a night job. Night jobs can be good for that. Night jobs for degenerate schedules work out. Back shift is better than people give it credit for. You just, you know, you work. I don't know if it's for everywhere, but you tend to get higher pay because you're working graveyard hours that nobody wants. and they need someone to cover it, so they pay you more money for it. The amount of people that show up is pretty limited, and the amount of work you do, maybe, you know, it's probably high, but since you don't have to deal with people all the time, you can actually get it done, and then some. And because it's the middle of the night, no one is screaming regulations at you, so you can just kind of, like, you know, have fun with it. I'm not saying to go violate every OSHA regulation in the fucking book, because you shouldn't do that, but I mean, like, coming in with earbuds or something and listening to music while you do your work is, there you go. Backshift to me always seemed pretty good. For grocery stores, backshift entails coming in and closing, and then, you know, there's like no customers. You do all the prep work for the morning following, because the morning following is where instead of having to do all of that right at like 8 a.m. when the doors open, it's already done. You just have to put it out. It's already ready-made. It's already properly refrigerated ahead of time, stuff like that. And because it's at the kind of hours that you can only really feasibly do if you're going to sleep through the day and not have like a social life. Not a lot of people are really up to that, right? Because a lot of people in this world are basic human beings who sleep when the moon comes up and wake up when the sun comes out. And some of us live backwards, and there's nothing wrong with that. But now I have to become one of those normal people. I hate it, but I'll do it. Personally, I think night shift sounds like a sweet gig, but that might also be a grass is always greener kind of situation where I've never actually worked a back shift job, so I don't know how great it would truly be. There's also the fact that not every single job in the world is going to be, you're gonna love it. So there's that as well. So maybe you had a good experience at one back shift job and you didn't have a good experience with another kind of deal. I am 12 levels higher than you would. I couldn't run. Working at night becomes harder when you're older. Yeah, I guess, maybe. I'm not that old yet. I mean, I am ancient, but I'm not that old yet. Don't fly. Time to invert my sketch, baby. We're inverting. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.? Nah, son. 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. This is how it's about to be. Alright, there we go. I don't know where I want to go right now. Let's see. No. No. Okay, that's probably the 3rd or 4th Dragon Fang I've found. Those are all Amoongus. I don't want to touch them. Nighttime in the summer is nice too, yeah, because it's not as hot. Speaking of that, this apartment is so much cooler than my the last place, my room there. Like, chat, my fan is off and my windows are closed to drown out sound, and I don't feel anything. If anything, I could actually stand to put on an extra layer with how I feel right now. I feel comfortable. But in my room, I had the window open all the way, the fan on like the highest setting, and I would sweat. Ridiculous. Maybe it's because there's so much more room that like air travels. I don't know. I'm not a science boy. But like my room always felt like it was being hotboxed, just because there's just so much in there. It was so small, and then there wasn't enough airflow, and then it got hot like a motherfucker. But it's like comparatively, it's nice. It's like, I think it's way better than what I was used to. Maybe I'll get used to this and I'll start complaining again. But right now, I'm loving the temperature, and I know it's hot outside. I can tell. There's no AC, no. Well, I mean, there's a thermostat, but I don't have, all I have is like a fan. Really, that's all I need. I'm doing well in this in here. And when it gets cold, well, just turn the heat up. Ease peas. We'll see how it's like in winter, though. Like, winter's, I say it's a long way away, but it's actually... Wow, it's... Winter is less than 100 days away, huh? Depends on the direction the room window is located, how it heats up. Yeah, I guess. I guess that makes sense. I appreciate it in here. It's nice. I don't want to have to complain about heat. You know, if it gets cold in the winter, then I'll just put on a fucking sweater. Right? Like, with every problem comes a solution. One of these is gonna be... Okay, that one's gonna be a Mungus. We got a furnace, but oh, this is the chasm. We're here, so we can catch a Pogie in here. You're not gonna move. This is fine. Fall still exists. Yeah, but fall happens for September and October, and then November's like, alright bitch, winter time. And then winter lasts until next March. I wish I was exaggerating, but the last couple winters we've had have gone well over into March. It's kind of insane. Like last summer, I swear to God, as soon as August ended on September 1st, the temperature dropped to like fall weather. It's like, what, I think it was like 15, 16 degrees Celsius. Probably a little bit lower, but like it felt like an autumn day right as soon as August ended. And then summer never really got hotter. Well, I guess summer is technically not over until first day of autumn. But you get what I mean? Like as soon as August ended, the temperature just went down and it was nice. Yeah, I'm lower to the ground than I was before, so that also helps. Heat does rise. I know that much. Winter from November till March sounds nice. Sounds nice. I guarantee you it's not. Alright? It's really not. It's cold, and when it snows and it piles up, it's ass. It's never as fun as you really want it to be. Alright, let's go to the cave. I wish it ended on time because we lose spring. That's the problem. So we get like... Spring is chilly in the beginning, of course, but by the time spring is chilly is over, it's fucking plus 30 again. Summer's here. Wake up. Here comes the cat in the hat with the baseball bat. It's ridiculous. It'll snow in March. And then halfway through April, it'll be like, oh, look at this. It's like 18, 20 degrees. You can go outside without a sweater. And then when May starts, it's like, huh, it's 28 degrees. Well, you ready to eat shit, Captain? For the record, I don't know how any of this translates to Fahrenheit. I only know Celsius. And I know that when the temperature says 30 degrees Celsius, it's basically telling me I'm going to roast. So I don't like that. But you guys, I don't even know what Fahrenheit is, but when someone tells me 76 degrees Fahrenheit, I immediately think I'm gonna fucking melt. But then I'm pretty sure 76 Fahrenheit is like... That's a low punny. 76 degrees Fahrenheit is like, what? 4 degrees or some shit like that? I don't know the difference. I've never needed to know the difference, so I never bothered to learn. Alright, I gotta catch this as well. Kaboom. I only know Celsius. I don't know why Fahrenheit needs to be so much higher. Like, people like numbers. Like, when you play a game that you deal numbers, you know, the brain likes the big numbers, right? But it's so much simpler if you do values of 1 to 10. Like, compare Paper Mario to Final Fantasy, right? Extremely cautious, quickly bounds off and senses danger. Paper Mario, its damage values are, and like its overall values and stuff are quite low. So like you do a jump, it does 1 + 1. You do hammer, it does 2. You play Final Fantasy VII. Oh no, he used that game as an example. And you do like cross slash, and each hit does like 90, and you're just like, holy shit, look at all that damage I did. But like it makes, if I just do Mechio and I press hammer, you know, the number 2 is definitely not as exciting to look at as the number 97. But you get what I mean? Like, you like the values, they please the monkey brain the higher they are. So when I tell you it's like 5 degrees Celsius and you tell me that that is actually like, I don't know, like 60 Fahrenheit. 60 Fahrenheit, if I were to hear 60 degrees and not know it's Fahrenheit, I would be like, you're dead. The world is melting if it's 60 degrees Celsius. This character swam over to the boat, opened up the boarding dock, and was like, you know, Hugh, you should probably like chill the fuck out, man. And he was like, who the fuck, what, who are you to tell me? And then he leaves, and then that's all you get. That's Marlin. That's his entire character. I wish they didn't even try with him. To make Fahrenheit into Celsius, you do x minus 32 times... Excuse me? You do x minus 32 times 5/9. What? X being in degrees in Fahrenheit. Oh, I know that. But that seems like a needlessly complicated equation for conversion. You gotta run that bed mass, baby. Run that bed mass. Just put it into Google and let the internet figure it out. I like the way you think. I really do. I cannot believe that I am outsped by this Pokemon. Oh, I missed, that's why. Lantern. Now I could press Earthquake, or I could switch, but I like Earthquake. Great. Good. I'm sure Fahrenheit makes more sense if you were born with it. How? Wow. What's the temperature today? Hot or cold? Yes. That is a lot simpler. Sometimes you gotta know when you can say stuff like that in casual conversation. Like, I can't say I've ever talked to anyone like this before. But chat, could you imagine trying to have a conversation with someone like Sheldon from The Big Bang Theory? Like Jimmy Neutron? Like characters that are written like that are really smart, and they constantly use like all that. They constantly get real fucking like actually on you in casual conversation. Could you imagine actually talking to someone like that in real life? Do you think you could? Do you think you would be able to handle that amount like of I don't even know what you'd call it. You're going? Can you heal me? I would like to heal. Who are you? Let's let you know I'm gonna let you feel my rage. If you call salt sodium chloride, who are you trying to impress? I don't understand that. I get it. That's what it is. Congratulations. But just call it salt, dude. Like, you're not being monitored, are you? Like, are we playing like a fucking like death game or something? Like, you gonna die if you call it salt? It ain't that serious, bro. Just call it salt. Well, yeah, it's important. It's important in like chemistry because that's where the actual chemical compound makes perfect sense. That's why that's the kind of instance where you need to be accurate because that's where it needs to be used. But I mean, like, if I'm sitting there and I want to put some salt in my fries, I'm not asking you to pass the sodium chloride, am I? Are you? Is that what you're asking me? I'll take that. Salt got in trouble and his mom called him by his full name. Pass me the table salt, please. I don't think any establishment that carries food would carry any other salt than the kind I can put on said food. This dude doesn't NaCl. You got me. I'm not much of a science guy. That's for sure. I've never had an experience with anyone like that before, but, you know, when you see it, I've seen Big Bang Theory in my life, and my mom watched it. Big Bang Theory seems to appeal to the crowd of people who, like, don't really know what the hell they're talking about. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anyone really talk about how great that show is, of the demographic that is portrayed in the show itself. If that makes sense. But my mom thought it was funny, and you know what? If my mom enjoyed watching it, who am I to be like, that show sucks? What kind of rat bastard would do that? You just hear your mom watching a show and she laughs at a joke, and you just like, what are you doing? That show is bad. You should watch something good. Have you ever heard of anime? Like, please disown me. At that point, just remove me from the family name if I'm doing shit like that. There's no reason to shit on something she's enjoying, right? Like, I don't care about Big Bang Theory. I don't think it's very funny. I think young Sheldon's fucking stupid. But, like, if she wants to watch it, well, it's her time. And it's her money, I guess. Not really money, but, you know. It's just whatever. If she wants to watch it, then she can watch it. If she's having a good time, who am I to tell her otherwise? Stop enjoying things, right? Can you heal me, Chungus? We'll split up. No, heal me. Chungus! Why? Sheldon is always like Blizzaga. I didn't know he could cast spells. But yeah, it's, you know, whatever. It's whatever, man. It's whatever. I don't really like sitcoms in general. I think the only sitcoms I ever really watched that I enjoyed were Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. I could probably still rewatch that show and enjoy it. He's sleeping. And I actually watched 2.5 Men. More than I would like to admit. Alright, he's, But like, things like How I Met Your Mother, Friends, I watched a few episodes of Friends and I was like, where's the funny? And there wasn't any funny for me, so I stopped watching. Everybody Loves Raymond. I didn't love Raymond. King of Queens. Dethroned, bitch. Like, the thing about sitcoms, I guess, is that the laugh tracks were there, and when the audience laughed, it made me think, I should laugh too, because other people are laughing, so it's funny, and because they're saying it's funny, I should laugh as well. And that's, there you go. That's how it goes, right? It's a brain experiment. If you hear a laugh track, you're like, oh, that's funny. You're supposed to laugh, but you don't want to be like the guy who doesn't laugh, right? You don't want to be the guy sitting there like, that wasn't funny, and a crowd of people who are going ha 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 ha. You're gonna sit there and you're gonna laugh because someone thought it was funny. Hold on, I'm gonna go hit my lamp. Be right back. You can hear me. I actually don't know how far my mic picks me out. Here, there, anywhere. Who knows? Because I sound the same in my head no matter where I am. So I don't know how I sound on the mic when I walk away from it. Maybe I could be all the way over there. Who knows? Alright. I don't remember what button I pressed, but I won the battle. Very good. Pretty sure one of these heals me. Oh, this looks right. Oh! I didn't have a problem with laugh tracks when I was younger, but now I understand the stupidity of them, so I just kind of laugh at them for the wrong reasons. I think they're funny to use when I can, because, you know, I'm just as funny as a show that uses a laugh track, I suppose. There you go. Thank you, Lydiana, for the resub. You know, I used them in a few things. They have their moments. They have their moments. It's just they're used a lot. They're used a lot, so they lose their meaning. And some people are defiant by nature, and they don't want to be told to laugh. Like, you remember in Drake and Josh, there was that delivery man who delivered the package to Josh, and Josh was like, have a good day. Then the delivery man just deadpan turns around and goes, don't tell me what to do. Like, that was funny. That was legitimately funny, because that was just like, what? It was unexpected. It was out of left field, and the dude's delivery was flawless. Shit like that sticks. You still see that meme around all the time. Oh, whoops! Don't tell me what to do. That's so good. Some shows can only like dream to have a moment, a 3-second moment like that lives on forever, right? Because you don't really get to choose those moments. You don't really get to choose what survives the test of time. Source, Big Chungo. Big Chungo existed, and then here we are, all these years later, and now Big Chungo is back and better than ever. Right? Like, I don't think whoever made Big Chungo even considered the possibility that he would come back all these years later and people be like, yo, right? So even if you made a meme like 30 years ago, it's only a matter of time. It might show up, it might resurface. Somebody might find it, think it's funny, put a funny caption to it, and then there you go. You did it. Warner Brothers referenced it twice. Oh, that reminds me. Chat, did any of you see the new Space Jam? I asked because I didn't watch it, but I watched Your Movie Sucks because I like that guy. I think he's very funny. I think that dude is very funny, and he has an amazing frown. But I watched his uh-oh. Intruders in the vessel, please respond. Okay. He made a video on it and detailed it. And, you know, obviously he had a lot of negative things to say, but he critiqued the film in a way that, you know, I already thought that Space Jam didn't need a sequel, and it was pretty obvious that Space Jam 2 Electric Boogaloo was going to be like, it wasn't gonna live up to Space Jam 1, and it was obvious that it's coming out this late that it's an obvious like cash grab. I saw a review that said Bugs Bunny turned into Big Chungus and a child lost it so hard his mother had to leave the theater, forgot the entire movie on the way home. Yeah, so from what I understand, the movie, you know, the movie was critically panned for its on its soundtrack. Its soundtrack was very, very empty, had no heart. Where, you know, Space Jam's soundtrack is one of the most well-known soundtracks in probably the entire movie industry. Even if I don't know much about the movie industry itself, Space Jam has quite a fantastic lineup of music. That much is obvious. So Space Jam 2's music was definitely not a jam. The Toon Squad comes back, and LeBron James takes the place as the main character, but it's like fully 2D, and then like LeBron James isn't even, he becomes 2D with them, and then it switches to 3D animation later in the movie. But like in the original Space Jam, it was a combination of 2D and 3D, and of course Michael Jordan is one of the most well-known names in the entirety of sports in general. Chat, would you say that Michael Jordan is the most recognizable name in sports? Because I don't know anything about sports, but I know Michael Jordan. Oh, I like that for alligator. Yeah, I heard it didn't do too well, and overseas as well, yeah. The Space Jam song is like 60% of the reason people like and remember it. Not exactly. Not exactly. See, obviously, like Space Jam, that's a very iconic music. But Space Jam had a really good soundtrack. It was silly, it was goofy, it was over the top. I do agree that the soundtrack is definitely a big part why it remains such a huge, remained such a huge impact on the world. Even though the movie itself was, you know, Space Jam isn't anything spectacular as a movie. It's a fine movie. It has a lot of cool points to it, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's like the greatest movie ever made in terms of its production. But again, I'm not a movie dude, so I liked the movie. I thought it was funny and fun. I'm not really much of a critic to these kinds of things. But I thought it was just a fun Looney Tunes experience. That's about it, really. Peak 90s, yeah. Charles Barkley, Shut Up and Jam, Guide, true sequel to Space Jam. In Europe, it's football, but in America, it's basketball. I guess so. That's Reshiram? I don't think that's Reshiram. That thing's green. That thing's also green. Why are they green? What happened? Are they the source of the radiation? They have to be. Pele, David Beckham, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali. Oh yeah. Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson. They make sense. I know those. But Michael Jordan was such a household name, right? Basketball player that everyone knew him. Even if you didn't know basketball, you knew Michael Jordan. He's got his own shoes. He got them Jordans. I really need to find a heel spot because I am dying, Squirtle. But yeah, Space Jam 2, it was like a 2-hour-long movie. It didn't have any of the heart and soul that the original did. It felt like a cheap cash grab. A lot of the humor in it was apparently just reference humor. And by reference humor, I mean the Granny character from Looney Tunes referenced Twitter, and that was like the entire joke, was referencing a social media site that exists in our current generation. And Bugs Bunny turned into Big Chungus. Like that was the humor, I suppose. That was the humor of the movie. Lost Word gives me notifications, the same vibration that's like every other notification's like a text or something, so I'm never sure that's what it is. Azure Lane is just a long annoying buzz, but fucking Lost Words notification really needs to be something different. Space Jam, correct. Correct. It's unfortunate. I don't think anyone really wants a movie to be bad, much like people don't want a video game to be bad when it comes out, but when you see it be that unfortunate, have it be like that bad, where all you can see is corporate greed while you watch it, you're just like, oh. Maintenance is today? Yeah, we're getting the Aki sisters on the next banner. I didn't pull anything on the moon banner. I probably won't. I don't care that much for them. However, I will pull Feet Girl. One way or another, I will pull Feet Girl. I have to check her feet, you know, I have to be sure. If she doesn't have 2 left feet, then I'm not pulling for her. One of these is a bed. Let me heal you, bitch. Should I have cubes? I have 1,250 cubes. And I currently have over 100,000 money because I collected all my event rewards and I went well over what I needed. Dragonite has big thighs as well. That's why his name is Thickums, because he's thick. 600 cube giveaway. Yeah, you mentioned that. I don't even know how you were supposed to enter that, but I didn't win, so. Hammer arm. No, I was supposed to go second. I got what I needed from the last banner. I pulled Aku from the other banner. I pulled Tay. Actually, yeah, I pulled Tay on the moon banner, but I haven't pulled Kagi or Anon. And like, I don't particularly care either. They're not my favorite characters. Not enough that I'd be willing to spend more on that. I'd rather keep it. Because if we get something like another 250 character banner, which by the way is fucking dumb, I don't know why they didn't want to battle me. I'll be ready to pull for it. Please let me heal. Please. No, how do I heal? Flan rerun? Flan's in the common pool, isn't she? She wasn't a banner unit, right? Her and Remy are in the common pool now. I'm pretty sure. I know Tay is. The only characters who are Flan, Remy, Tay, Seiden, Ringo. I'm pretty sure Aku and Kozuza are also common pool. The festival banners have been Suako, Kanako, Kasen, Yukari, Scarlet Witch, Suika, Byakuden, Kaguya, and Eren. And Yuyuko. Yuyuko had her own banner at the start. Yuyuko has not had a rerun since. So, sorry. Ew. Now, Twitter is amazing. They switched the coloration on the follow and following button, and it's basically inverted to what it would look to any like real normal human being. And for some reason, Twitter insists on informing me about someone's tweets when I don't follow them, and I don't care. But every single fucking day, they're like, yo, check out this tweet this person made. And I'm just like, if I would check it out if I wanted to, I would follow them. And then I would be able to see it without you telling me. Why do you feel the need to tell me every single day they made a tweet and I have to see it? I don't want to see it. Leave me alone. That's just so fucking annoying. Like, check this tweet out. They tweeted this. It's like, you know, it's not their fault. I'm not gonna bother saying who it is. It's not their goddamn fault that Twitter won't leave me the fuck alone about it. But like, why won't they leave me the fuck alone about it? Why are they so insistent that I follow this person? But like, they're so insistent I need to see their tweets. I don't care about their tweets. Like, if I cared, I would follow them. Just leave me alone. Stop giving me notifications for this kind of thing. I can't do anything with them. I don't want to do anything with them. Wait, am I? That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. Look, the more I browse Twitter, the more I find myself wondering why I even bothered. Honestly. I used to be like, oh, I can't read any of the tweets that the Japanese artists tweet, but I like their art, but I can't read anything they say. And now I'm like, oh my god, I am so glad I can't read anything they say. I'm not a good person, clearly, but like, I just don't care to see people complaining about things, I guess. Twitter makes you feel empty. Yeah, I guess so. It's just complaints and opinions, and it's just like, I don't want to see this. I just don't. I don't care. I find myself not caring about 90% of what shows up on my feed, and I can't do anything about it. And then I see some art, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is why I'm looking at this. Complaining isn't a hobby? Well, you know what I'm doing right now. I'm complaining. I am not better than what I am complaining about, that's for sure. Most certainly am not. But like after a while it gets draining, because when you surround yourself in negativity, you just think, oh, maybe I should just like go outside. Look at the sky. Just look at a plane and be like, oh, look at that, it's flying. Right? That kind of thing. Sometimes you just need to step back from it all. So I think people who don't use Twitter very often are probably a lot happier overall. As for me, I just, I boot it up and I check out art, and sometimes I post things, but then sometimes I don't. Usually I just post my Twitter, my Twitch link, and then I post my my progress on videos to keep people updated on things. And, I posted my opinions on some things, but I also feel like if I just decided to blast every single opinion I have on Twitter, it's just like I don't care, because then someone's gonna show up and be like, I disagree, and then I don't really care to argue, and then it's like, well, why did you post your opinion in the first place if you're not willing to argue or defend your point? It's like, yep, welcome to fucking Twitter. I don't want to argue or debate, I just want to complain. Fuck you. Well, that's why I'm here, because I can complain here. Enter the password. So you might be thinking, Dylan, you weren't paying attention. How could you possibly know what the password is? And the answer is quite simple. I noticed a few things while I was mashing through text, and I'm just really smart. There you go. See? Nickelodeon once have a day of play thing where they were off the air for a day. That's like the ultimate please touch grass thing. Well, that's definitely a good time to go outside and play. Whee! Whee! I don't even really care that much to hear opinions on things either. I just like looking at art. And Twitter is a pretty good hub for art, because that is a gulpin. That is a fucking gulpin. Ah! Very good. Very good. Sailor Veronica. Sailor Daniel. That's actually an interesting team. I like the art, and I don't like Pixiv because Pixiv charges you money to sort by popularity, and I think that's really, really dumb. So I refuse to do that. I am not spending money to sort by most popular. That sounds like a fucking scam to me. So I don't use Pixiv, like, at all, because Pixiv just has no filter. Rip you, I'm built different. Twitter, you can get, you know, you can get the information you need. You get the artwork, and you get the artist's information, and I'm dead, I'm on fire, put me out. I pretty much only follow artists as well, yeah. But you can't stop everything from getting your feed. You might like this. Yo, check out the Explore tab. We're gonna tell you about what's happening in the world and why you should be afraid every day of your life. And why you should hate people for doing things that that we don't agree with. That we want to tell you all about it. It's like, how about you like tell me about World Puppy Day? That'd be nice. Just tell me about World Puppy Day. Oh, look at that. That's a cute puppy. That's a cute puppy. That's a cute puppy. That's a cute puppy. Oh, the fall of the nation is nigh. That's a cute puppy. That's a cute puppy. Like, I think I would like at least 9 for every one this country is going to burn, I would like 9 cute puppies. Does that sound like a fair trade? Obviously, I would much rather prefer it be 10-0 on cute puppies, but I don't think I can get everything I want in this world. So I'm willing to settle for a 9-1 split. Alright. Now I need to use... What are my super repels? No, I want my rare candies. What the fuck are my rare candies? Corgis? I was under the impression that corgis counted as dogs. I wasn't excluding them, I thought they already counted. Why can Newfo learn payback? You know what, I might as well. I'm not gonna fucking explode. I didn't even know you could learn this move. Oh, whoops. 10% is still a lot for world burning. I agree, but like, you know, you can't really get 0.5 of it, right? I'll take 1 if I can get puppies. Holy father, holy father. Do foxes count as dogs, or are they a cat? I don't know. I believe they're foxes. Air slash? No, that's a terrible move for Crobat. We don't gotta argue semantics. So they don't have to be puppies necessarily. Just be cute animals, alright? That's fine. Chat, does anyone remember what he led with? I know he had Beartic and Porygon Z. What did he lead with? I really wish I remembered. There is a picture that it's that dog who says this is fine. And you know what? This is fine. I don't remember what he had as a start. He had Beartic and he had Porygon Z. What the fuck did he lead with? I'm pretty sure whatever he led with damaged Ferrothorn. It was Bronzong. It was Bronzong. I remembered. He led with Bronzong. That's an annoying ass Pokemon. That's for sure. Alright, there we go. There we go. My YouTube is... I like Simple Flips. I like Vinny. I like FSG, Fall Swipe Gaming. I like their daily stuff, or their weekly stuff. I usually watch it when I have food, because their content is the kind of content I like to have with food, because I pay more attention, and it's important to pay attention to it. And Nairo. And honestly, the only reason I watch Nairo's videos is because I also watch his stream, because if I didn't watch his stream, I would never fucking click his videos. Clickbait is so awful. God, I hate clickbait so much. He's the only reason I watch any of his highlight videos is because I watch his streams and I enjoy his stuff. But his thumbnails and his titles would like, immediately turn me off. That's why I don't watch anyone related to Smash at all. Simple Flips is great though. I fucking love Simple Flips stuff. That dude is genuinely a laugh riot to me. He's funny. I can't even really explain. I don't think it's possible to explain Simple Flips to someone. You just kind of have to like watch them and then you get it. You either get it or you don't. I think he's a funny, chill dude though. So here's what I want to do. I want to para him, and then I want to waste his time. Come on, come on. 30% chance, by the way. 30% chance. Wait, this might kill. Actually, if this kills, that's great, because he won't heal it. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. So, I don't like this Pokemon. His last Pokemon's Porygon Z. Porygon Z will get shit on by Machamp, no problem. The problem is... How do I fight the Beartic? Beartic is Icicle Crash and Blizzard. That's gonna do a lot of damage. I have to... I don't see a way to switch, so I'm going to press Discharge. I'm going to full Para and then win with Tri-Attack. It's inside jokes that originate from his chat or comments. You have to be a viewer to understand anyway. That's basically what it is, yeah. But Simple Flips is kind of like, you know, he's ascended past his own demographic with certain memes that everyone knows. For example, shoutouts to Simple Flips and Gay Baby Jail. You probably know what those are, even if you don't know who Simple Flips is. But you've probably heard at least one or two of those in your life because they just fucking ascended. They went past him. It became his universal like catch-all phrases, and now he's known for them everywhere. To be honest, the first time I actually ever watched Simple Flips was I watched his 120 star run in Star Road and his Chaos Mario 100%, the original Chaos Mario. And I just wanted to watch a speedrun of it. He did a speedrun of it, and I was enjoying it. He was a chill dude. And then he started doing, you know, more like face cam stuff, and he retired from speedrunning and just went more to content creation. And he started doing Mario Maker, and I just happened to like click a Mario Maker video, and I was like, oh, I recognize that name. I recognize that name. I like that guy. And I checked out his stuff, and then I've been pretty much watching ever since. I'd say he's pretty popular, but it depends on what your scale of popularity is, right? Because like if you compare something like that to people like PewDiePie is big, most subscribed to channel on the entire platform, so he's popular. But if he's your scale of minimum for popularity, then no one's popular, right? So it depends. I don't really care if he's popular or not, though. Like that's not. I don't watch people because they're popular. I watch people because they're entertaining. But usually, what happens is people are popular because they're entertaining. More people watch them because they're entertaining. This fight really sucks. I just realized the Miltank and the Lakey are 5 levels apart, so that was probably the case for the entire fight. So I'm gonna beat the shit out of the Miltank now. That's all. I watched PewDiePie when I was younger, when he still did horror games, because I liked horror games. I moved on. I can respect that PewDiePie, like, fully acknowledged who he was and then moved on anyway. He was like, yeah, alright, moving on now. Like, I respect that he had the gall to move on to what he wanted to. When he built up such a massive following with what he was doing with horror games, right? Like, I watch Markiplier too, but I'm not really into that kind of genre of YouTube anymore, so I don't watch any of them. Funny at first, became grating later, and he moved on to the other stuff. What was the thing about PewDiePie? Yeah. He got shit on a lot. Just for doing what he did. Just played games and made loud noises and people loved it. And sometimes people shit on him for it. It's like lazy content, super popular man. But like, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. The fact that he's still like around and as popular as ever is pretty insane. That's for sure. I don't know anything about groups. I used to know like normal boots, but like I don't watch any of those guys anymore. I either stopped watching pretty much all of them. Don't care. And I'm gone. Goodbye, boat. See you later. It's an airship that also functions as a ship. Wonder where they were building this. You know, Team Plasma is just like the most wanted people in the entire country, but they had enough time to build a giant fucking boat, capture a legendary Pokemon, and then turn it into a weapon. Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? Remember how they built that entire castle for N and then moved it under the Pokemon League? And we were just supposed to be like, ah, sense. Yeah, you can get the giant chasm from Route 22. I sure can. Oomaloo. Oomaloo. Wait, am I still injured? Yeah, I'm dead. Sailing through the skies. That's all. I don't like to pay attention to popularity on that kind of scale. It probably just becomes frustrating. I know a lot of streamers don't pay attention to their viewer counts because they're not, they just stress over numbers. It becomes less fun. If you're not having fun, then no one's having fun, right? Well, I mean, it depends on the game, I suppose. Like, if it's the kind of hair-pullingly, ball-bustingly hard challenge that you're putting yourself through, then I'm sure some people are loving that. But, like, if you're just, like, not having a good time with anything you're doing because you're just not having a good time, then people are gonna pick up on that, and it's gonna be rough. So you just gotta enjoy it for what it is. That's all. But there is a reason why people will continue to play games like Superman 64, despite them being notorious for being fucking awful, because it is like some kind of degree of social status to them. Numbers aren't fun, but big numbers feel nice. Yeah, it's true. It's pretty much impossible to not stress over numbers, but out of sight, out of mind is a good way to go about it. Like the video I'm putting out tomorrow. That's coming out tomorrow, by the way. Well, a lot of be out by the time this VOD's up. So, but I've been working on that for 3 months. 3 months of work, writing, recording, editing, research, all that shit. So, like, the more work I put into it, I can't help but get a little bit anxious. I hope it does well. I don't think it will do poorly. I really don't. But, like, the more work you put into it, the more you start to worry about, like, was the effort I put in worth it? And You can't compare yourself to others when you do this kind of thing because you will never be happy. You have to be satisfied with the work you put in yourself. Get them out of my way. So I'm happy with the work I did. I'll probably continue thinking that I could have done better, or maybe I could have done something different. No matter what happens, but like it's a little too late to go and rework the entire project. Not fucking doing that. No siree. But point being is like I don't wanna think too hard about numbers, but it would definitely suck if it didn't do very well at all. It'd be like, oh god. So I want it to do well. Ah, nope, I smooched him. Chat, you can't catch Kirim, right? How does that work exactly? Cause like at this point, I don't even want to switch Pokemon anymore. I kind of just want to beat the game. Cause I'm pretty sure all that's left is the Team Plasma stuff and then the Elite Four, right? There we go. Patreon for 24-hour access. Well, I don't have one of those. If I actually managed to do an hour and 30 minutes of a video on a fan game, it'd be the best fucking fan game ever made. I'll tell you that. It's good. You kill monochrome Kyurem, then catch them. Okay, I don't remember how it works, but I know you can't catch him on the first encounter because Getsus has magical technology in his cane that prevents Pokeballs from working. Because apparently that technology is available to the villains here. Didn't know. Didn't know. Wait a sec. He wants to talk to them. Will it even be Kyurem? I don't think Kyurem... I think it's going to be Kyurem White. I don't think that can change. But then, like, you know, Kyurem is obviously gulping. So, that's the problem. Guess this real plan is stick with the Unova region. Liberating Pokemon was an excuse. Pretty speech. We're not going to listen to what a trader has to say. Well, that didn't work, but you tried. Coming through. We're not going to listen to villains like you. I apologize for skipping the story. And I apologize if I seem like I'm in a rush. I'm not trying to rush anything, but I am at the same time. Trying to rush it a little bit, because I'm almost done this game, and then I really want to try the Shattered Dreams expansion. And I don't want to play 2 Pokemon games at once. I would not have an hour and 30 minutes worth of conversation for Genso Wander. I would not. I know there's a lot in that game, but if I could actually stretch that to an hour and a half and not have it be like redundant and boring, well, I don't think I could do it. About Shroud of Dreams is really good. It's a great game, and I'm looking forward to this expansion because the expansion adds all the characters from 15.5 to 18. Has new areas too, from what I hear. And there's like there's a challenge mode that I want to try out. I'm not gonna do a Nuzlocke because Nuzlocke in that game is just asking for trouble. But I do wanna try the challenge mode. See how that varies from the original game. Hasn't even been that long since I last played it, that's for sure. But like, the prospect of the changes makes me excited enough to want to play through the whole game again. A 90-minute video explaining why I hate UFO. Hey, I explained why I hate UFO in the other video I made, and that only took about 3. Is there a working tutorial on how to make it work correctly? There is, because I used it, but I don't know where it is. Because I installed mine properly way back when, and it still works properly. However, I need to figure out how to install the mod, and I already have no idea how to go about doing that. So, yeah. I am not great with computers. I am manageable with computers. That is the best I am. Yeah, I might need your hand with that. It would be so much easier if I could just get a pre-pad. I'm pretty sure I have to install it directly on my computer again. Mod has a guide added to it. Pain. Pain. PP Max. That's not my PP when I'm reading tutorials, that's for sure. Where did you go, dude? Oh, you went up here. Whee! There we go. I originally played Puppet Dance Performance, didn't finish it. I didn't finish it, and then I think it was 2 years ago now. The Shard of Dreams English expansion came out on September 28th, literally the day after my birthday, and I was like, yo, alright, time to play this game for real, for real. And like, you know, while I was working on the video for it, I came across some information about like a mod in place that there's like a randomizer for it that seems to work, but it's a few bugs, but like it works for the most part. And then there was like a mod for it that added some new areas and stuff, and it didn't seem to be necessarily completed. And a demo mentioned it as well, and I was like, alright, keep me posted on it if it ever finishes. And then, well, I ended up following the dude who was like the lead team member on that, working on it on Twitter, and I didn't even know that was the right guy. I just liked his Shinky art, so I followed him for his Shinky art. And then he was like, check this shit out. And I was like, oh, this is the guy who's doing Puppet Dance Performance stuff. I was like, wow, okay, that happened. And then there you go, got announced. Seems to be a lot of like buzz. There's a lot of buzz about it. People want to play that game because Focus Lens is disbanded, it seems. So having some fresh life breathed into this game is pretty exciting for a lot of people because again, it's a really, really good game. One of the Fantasy Maiden Wars games, maybe you take things out of the folder and install stuff. Ugh. Yo, that's the Green Ranger! Look at that. That's the Green Ranger. Fan mod for a fan game. Yeah, it might be one of the first times that ever really happened for a Toho game. Kill the Bisharp before your Iron hits me. Yo, that killed both of them? He'll convert to the good guy side at the end of the series. Or is that the White Ranger? I can't remember. Isn't it one of the two, usually? The White Ranger or the Green Ranger? They work with the enemy and then at the end they're like, I'm now part of the good squad. This is Primo, I'm weak to rocks. They're the same. I'm pretty sure there's a distinct difference between the color green and the color white. Puppet Dance Performance is pretty well known. It is arguably the most well-known Toho fan game in existence. Holy shit, that Ludicolo was not having a good time. And the fact that it still sees as much support as it does all these years later is crazy. What do I want to do here? I really want. I'll tell you what I want. What I really want. I want to switch to the Dragonite and then fly and hit the Ludicolo. Bye. Tommy Oliver was a green, white, red, and black ranger in that order. Damn. Well, he's got a rather colorful history, doesn't he? Like fly away now. Please kill. Thank you. The puppet dance performance video did really well. See, I actually made that video around the time I was trying to find a smaller game to do a video on. And I couldn't make up my mind, and I decided to go with puppet dance performance. Because I was like, well, you know, it's a Pokemon game, there's a lot of content in it, but there's actually not a lot I really need to explain to it, so I can do that. And that was my first mistake. So then I ended up doing a whole new playthrough again for fresh footage, and that took 30 hours. And then I also completed the Pokédex, and I got every single one of them to Heart Mark, and I did the Human Village tournament. So yeah, I did a lot. And then I had a lot more to say about it than I thought I would. And that's, then it turned into that, like, 19-minute video. I don't remember how to get to the bed. It is a good game. I stand by what I said, though, about it not being very friendly to, new people to the series. But I'm more than happy to see people say, like, you know, oh, I didn't know anything about Toho and this game got me into it. Like, that's great. I'm really happy to hear that. But in my opinion, I think it'd be frustrating to be so out of the loop and have the game expect you to know everything. But I also understand why the game expects you to know things about Toho, because it's a massive Toho fan game, so I don't blame the game for that at all. But I'd say the only thing that you cannot argue me on is the fact that there is no way to look up habitat lists in the game. That should just be a feature in the game. Whether or not you believe my assessment of Toho knowledge to be correct, that should have been in the game to begin with. You should be able to look at where a Pogi is. And I understand a potential reason for that is so you can't see hidden areas on the map that are revealed later into the game. But at the same time, you should still be able to, like, check, and if they don't show up on, like, the main, if they don't show up on the main world, then they probably show up in a sub-world. But I guess they were worried about spoilers or something. That's the only explanation I can think of, honestly. The only one that makes enough sense for them to not include it when everything else is included in the game. Because, as I said, there are obvious ones, like, oh, you go to the SDM, and the entire cast of the SDM is in there. There you go, that makes perfect sense. But then you go in the Ice Cave, and you find Yuga Magan, and you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, you can, like, see everything when you get the gap map anyway. I don't remember exactly if you can see everything, per se. Also, I like the fact that the gap map is a completely missable optional item. But it's so close. It's put in a position that you're expected to explore. Because when you get the power glove from Sinai, you get the ability to crush rocks. And then you literally go to the right, and there's a rock you can crush, and then you're in Mayohiga, and then Chen's there, and Chen's like, here, take this, and then you can teleport everywhere. Like, it's so conveniently placed, but I also wonder why they didn't just make it something that you're forced to get anyway. Unless I'm wrong, and you have to go to Mayohiga to advance the plot. But the last 2 times I played the game, I just went there first anyway, because it was right there. I actually don't know if you have to go. Oh, so I'm dead, because I'm going to die to burn damage. And he's another Pokemon. Well, I can probably guess where certain characters are going to show up for the game. I don't think I'm gonna go ham and catch everything when I play it again, but I will look into the new characters for sure. And any character that has like a new alternate outfit, I would like to see, so I'll catch them as well. Mayohiga is completely optional. Huh. You're not railroaded there, but the pathway that you take when you leave the Moria Shrine leads you right to it. So it's just like, why not, right? But again, I've always just gone there anyway because it was the nearest thing that I could test the Rock Smash item on, so why wouldn't I do it, right? Alright, pop that citrus. No big deal, no big deal. He's out of Hyper Potion range, no big deal. Rest, no big deal, no big deal. That's actually really good because I still got Iron Head anyway. All you get is needed to be done to get the eastern side of Yokai Mountain fully explorable. Do you have to do it? Are you sure? Again, I genuinely don't know because I always just did it as soon as I could. But I don't remember if it was like mandatory to get anywhere to beat the game. Obviously, it's mandatory to get to certain locations, but I don't know if it's mandatory to get to the locations to beat the main plot line kind of deal. I've only played through the game twice. Alright, let's see. What am I gonna do here? Yeah, I was gonna find it regardless because I explore everything. And again, it's the first thing on the way. It's the first thing on the way that you can use your new item on. So why wouldn't I check it, right? And exploring is a lot of the fun of that game, even though some of the areas are incredibly maze-like and don't have good landmarks. I've heard of Genius's Sephiroth. I know that it's very long. I can't say I have much of an interest in checking it out at the moment. But, you know, I have heard its name before. It sounds like a frustrating experience, and a very long one. And the last time I did a frustrating long experience was Genso Wanderer Reloaded. And I don't, that got a lot of parts. I don't even know how, I played over 110 hours of that game. And I barely even scratched the surface of it, and I can't do any more of it. I essentially beat everything in the game though, story-wise. But the extra dungeons are painful. They're all 99 floors, skin divers, or grind your gear, because everything you fight can only be destroyed with high-level melded gear, and I was just like, I can't do this anymore, man. Every Thursday is death. Cock and ball Thursday. That's what it became. Never got the Kasume cut in. I didn't know. I never stole from Mommy Zoe either. I'm sorry, I just don't have the motivation to pick it up and be like, alright, where did we leave off? Oh, Platinum House, 1,000 Floors on the Moon, Reimu's Well, or Sanai's Well, Aya's Well, like, god, jeez, god damn it, dude, like, enough, so much. I won't say never for Sephiroth. I don't think length necessarily means it's bad. But if it becomes a pain in the ass and the gameplay is not what I enjoy and it's a long game, then I will never like be able to finish it because I will be too I will get bored, I suppose. Toa Soccer, on the other hand, I played that game probably. I'm pretty sure I played that game almost as much as Genso Wanderer Reloaded. I love that game. That game is so good. Shoujo Tales of Memories. I actually did try to play it before. I did part 1. I even paid demo for a graphic for it. And we ended up, don't tell the devs I said this, but we ended up data mining the game because the artwork was already questionable, and we were like, uh-oh, I don't know how bad it's gonna get. So we looked into it ahead of time, and some of the artwork in that game, none of it's porn, but like some of it gets dangerously close to being like not safe for work. which, when you know who made the game, that makes perfect sense. I'm not gonna say any more than that. So everyone looks oiled up, and they all have massive thighs and booba. There's also the fact that in the README for the game, it explicitly stated that if you get to the end of the game, do not to show the ending. And I was like, isn't this like a 30-hour RPG? So that already sucks. So I'm not playing that game for a combination of that could get me in some trouble, and they don't want people to see the ending. So fuck it. I don't think the game was bad. I played a little bit of them on my own, and then ended up restarting for the stream, and then I couldn't even play it anymore. So that was genius of old Dylan, I know. But like the game was cool. It played well. I don't understand the choice for the art. I really don't. Like, maybe it's just because that was the artist's style, and they really didn't know how to do anything that wasn't that raunchy. I don't have an answer for you. I really don't. But like, the art had nothing to do with the content of the game at all. It was just the art they used for it that was like, this feels really out of place. But the gameplay itself was like, it was Mario RPG. It felt really solid. I'm pretty sure it's a solid, good game, but there's just so many factors about it that make me go, okay. The artist doesn't do anything else, yes. Well, didn't the guy who did the art for New Super Marissa Land also have a bad case of the horny on main? Now, I don't actually know who the artist for that game is, but I seem to recall someone telling me not to look them up. I don't even know who they are, and I couldn't look them up. So that never happened. But I do remember that when I beat Reimu at the end of the game, I got artwork, and I was like, whoa. And then that was it. I did the Crash Bandicoot. Whoa! And then and the game was done. I played through the entirety and 100% of that game just for that image. And you know what? Can't find it on Google. I got an eye full of that. Was it worth it? No. It was not worth it. Because there are much easier ways to get that than playing through the entirety of that game and 100%ing it. But I guess, well, it is what it is. What else could you really offer as a final reward than that, right? I get it, I understand. So are you a Gulpin? I wish you were a Gulpin. Please be female. Oh. That's a shiny combi, by the way. Like, that's just straight up shiny combi's color scheme. It's not even female. I should have known that right away because it's supposed to have a red dot in the middle of it. Shit. Oh, critical capture. Crispy, love that. Was it Super Marissa Land or Super Marissa World? New Super Marissa Land. There's Super Marissa Land. That's the one that's made by Tassafro. New Super Marissa Land, also made by Tassafro. And there's Super Marissa Land Legacy, also made by Tassafro. And Super Marissa World, which is not made by Tassafro. I don't remember who made it, but that game is CBT. Good. Eviolite strats. Super Marissa World is a video game. I will play it eventually. I swear I will. But, that is gorgeous. Look at that. That is amazing coloration for Armaldo. It's fucking beautiful. Oh, and I got clown vomit on the other game. Free up storage space. I'll do it later. Unless this VOD can't be saved because I don't have enough room for it. That would be embarrassing. Then I'd have to save the whole VOD. This is a shiny Espeon, yeah. Thank you, Koja, for the resub. Welcome back. You went swimming and forgot to empty your pockets? That's an F. That's a big F. Oh, it can't be worse than Emerald Kaizo. Oh, sweet summer child. Not me, some customer. Well, poor bastard. I'll say that. Always clean your pockets. Fix your junk. Yeah, I'll keep Hand Puppet out. I like Hand Puppet. He's pretty cool. Spell tag. Okay. There are phones that can survive that. Waterproofing is great, but like waterproofing is great for accidents, but I would hope that most people wouldn't put their phone anywhere near water to begin with. If you're going swimming and you have your phone on you, well, I don't know, man, you should probably leave that behind. Not leave that behind, but where do you even put a phone? I haven't been to the beach in so long. The beach sucks in real life. It's not waterproof, it's water resistance. What if I have water absorb? Then I'm waterproof. What if I have storm drain? Then I'm waterproof. There you go. Beaten by facts and logic. That pincer looks really nice, by the way. That's pretty much shiny pincer, but because its horns change color, and the blue is a nicer shade of blue, it looks better than shiny pincer. Water is waterproof. You don't know that. What are you, a scientist? People will do anything to make it sound real. Well, yeah. You want a good example of that? The Internet Historian made a video detailing fake ads and stuff like that 4chan made people believe. Like, I remember one good example was the one where I forget which phone it was, probably an Apple product, because they're the ones you'd expect to do this kind of thing. They didn't have a headphone jack or something like that, and so they started spreading misinformation that was like, oh yeah, there's a headphone jack, you just have to drill your way into the phone to get to it. So people were drilling holes in their phone to find the headphone jack, and it was, well, it was not finding the headphone jack. The drill, of course. I mean, it's pretty genius design on Apple's part to hide the headphone jack behind a layer of plastic that you need an industrial drill for. Just, you know, because you wouldn't want to, like, some kid to put the fork in their headphone jack and electrocute themselves, right? Everyone knows that the only people buying phones are certified drill owners, right? Right? Like, it's a very literal sense for the term, you know the drill. Like Apple, iPhone 5, you know the drill. There you go. I'm gonna see that and be like, I know the drill! And then I'm gonna get a drill. There we go. I am done this route, yes. Yes. Yes, we're done, okay. That's an Amoongus down there, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Now I'm gonna head to the boat. I think I'm gonna head to the boat. Right, I didn't do the seaside cave here, so I have to do all that as well. Microwave your phone and charge it. Well, the radiation from the microwave will be absorbed into the battery and it will give it extra time. Like, trust me. You know how your battery caps at 100%? Well, if you put it in the microphone, it actually will go to 105% and it will glow green. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. I just remember that if I say shit like this and I don't put a disclaimer, I can get in trouble if somebody actually does it. Please do not do this. I am lying. Thank you for the resub, Ditto. Wait, what? Yeah. That's why disclaimers exist. Because if I say dumb shit and somebody actually tries it, then they can sue me. And I live in North America. This is land of the lawsuit, dude. That's why I have to say something like, disclaimer, this is parody. Don't actually do this. It doesn't work. Because then I can be held accountable for your actions. Because apparently you have IQ lower than the fucking number of fingers on one hand. And you actually tried something like microwaving your phone to increase your battery power. And somehow it's my fault. Alright. Do you remember that guy who was doing... People were paying him and to make, like, credit card information ads? You know that guy? You probably know him because he said Gigagas, but he was the guy that was doing... People were paying him to read their scripts for, like, credit card information stuff. Well, apparently he got in trouble. And I don't think he does that anymore. He probably doesn't. But he got in trouble for doing that because it was credit card fraud. Well, I mean, I'm sure he didn't get in too much trouble after the fact because, like, you know, it was obviously a parody, but he still got in trouble for it because there didn't seem to be anything on it being like, disclaimer, this is a joke, this is a joke, this is a joke. Because if you don't stamp it on your forehead when you're telling a joke, people won't actually know it's a joke. Maybe we do live in Gensokyo because common sense don't fucking exist out here. They banned him from Fiverr. Oh, there you go. On one hand, it makes perfect sense. I mean, I don't think anyone was actually supplying credit card information, but that's still a pretty sensitive subject. Oh, that is sick. I mean, it still looks a little dead because the blue eye. Looks a bit rotten. This is what I imagine a ghost-type septile would be. Like, this is what Decidui wishes it was. Is this right here. Putting a lithium battery in a microwave will increase battery power since the explosion is going to release more energy than the electricity ever could. Well, then it's not going to go on my phone, right? Come on. People sue coffee makers because they burn themselves on hot coffee. That's true. That's why Caution Hot is on the cup. If you ever see a warning that looks stupid and obvious, understand that it's there because somebody was sued over it because it wasn't clear. Toho platformers? If you count the Toho Mania games as platformers, I don't really count them as platformers, but I don't know if they fall in that genre, but those are some of my favorite fan games, so I highly recommend those. New Super Marissa Land is much better than Marissa Land. Marissa Land is not a very good game, by the way. Super Marissa Land is very rough around the edges. It's pretty bare bones. And the physics are pretty bad. Honestly, I would not recommend anyone ever play it past the few levels that you start with. In my video of it, which I did, by the way, look it up. Shill, self-promoting on my own channel. Get 'em. I think that game is worth playing the first 20 levels for, and then that's it. Just so if you're interested in the series, like the Marissa Land stuff, I think it's worth checking out. But the extra stuff is not worth your time. New Super Marissa Land is a lot better, but I honestly think that if you're going for 100%, you won't enjoy it nearly as much, because the game has no checkpoints and 10 collectibles, and if you die, and you have to collect them all over again, and it gets real frustrating. However, I think that game would be really good and fun to speedrun if you're not doing 100%, because the levels are actually rather short to make up for the fact that you need 10 collectibles in them and there's no checkpoints. And what the remake is for? I have not actually played Legacy at all, so I have no opinion yet. I do not have an opinion either way. I can only talk about the original game. Gliscor was nice though. A little blue, dabba-dee, dabba-doo. But he looked nice. I liked him. Legacy isn't a remake. It's like a reimagining, right? More than a remake. A remake would be like a one-to-one thing, but a reimagining is like, takes the general idea, but then expands on it. There we go. It looks nice, and I know it has like 4-player compatibility, like the Wii games do. Again, I haven't actually played it myself, so I can't speak. I can't really speak for it, but it doesn't look bad, and I do own it. I ended up buying it when it was on sale. Looked fun, but I bought it so long ago. Tempest to Heaven, that one, I hear that one's really good, but I haven't even played that one past like the first 2 levels. I have a better idea. This. Why would you eat cereal with water? Well, when times are tough, you gotta do what you gotta do. My breakfast this morning, and by morning I mean 11 o'clock, was a muffin and water. That's it. Budgeting. Hydration. Cereal is smart. Is that a good idea? Probably not. Dry cereal ain't bad, but I think it depends on the cereal. Ditto. Crab battle. There we go, crab battle. First, I gotta make sure I win the speed tie. Why didn't I low sweep? It's the same move, but it's stronger because, oh my god. But I get stabbed. Oh. He has less HP, so it evened out. What? Oh, what is this? What is this? Crab battle. Seuss, coffee's a heap beyond should have served someone due to the coffee machine being broken. Well, then they still put the warning label, so it's like they still, it's like plausible deniability or something like that, right? Where it's like, we told you it was hot, but we didn't specify how hot, but you knew it was hot. So if you burned your tongue, it's because we told you it was hot. Now, it might be hotter than regulations would expect because the coffee machine's broken, but at the same time, we told you it was hot. Like, you see? The purpose is just to have, like, not be held responsible for somebody else fucking up kind of deal. Like, you know how peanuts, they tell you peanuts may contain nuts. It's like, fucking obviously, a peanut would contain nuts, but they gotta tell you because they don't tell you, and you eat a peanut and you have a nut allergy, and then you're like, I didn't know that peanuts contain nuts, and then everybody will look at you like you're a fucking idiot. But then, you know, there's still a legal case to be made because the legal system has more loops than a fucking Sonic game. Why are you posting? You're wasting my time. This is a wind chime you left out in the sun too long. It stopped blowing and it just burned. I didn't say peanuts were nuts, I said they contain nuts. Warning, may contain nuts. Peanuts contain nuts. There we go. Aw, nuts. There I go. Who named them? name them Peanuts. Well, this is a good matchup to get kicked in the fucking dome. We'll avoid that then. There you go. Endure doesn't work. Well, there are tons of things that have names that don't make any goddamn sense. You gotta wonder who names these things. That's the best question to ask. I wonder if I can finish. No, I can't finish this tonight. There's no fucking way. But I wonder how close I am to finishing it. What comes after the ship, chat? You go to Giant Chasm, you go in the ship. I know there's Getsus, there's Colress, and then it's just the Elite Four, right? I'm wondering how many more parts this will take. I'm thinking 3. I'm thinking 3. I'm thinking 3. How about the end? Okay. Alright. Just try this fine. Collins had to clarify the fillet of fish contains no fish after someone with a fish allergy bought one and sued them afterwards. You mean... Wait, you mean it contains fish? Not that it doesn't contain fish? Because if it doesn't contain fish, then the guy with the fish allergy... What? Fillet of fish may contain fish. I have still not spent a single cent on Lost Words, and I will continue to not spend any money on that game. I understand why people would lose interest in it, though. If you don't spend money on gacha games, sometimes you start to understand what they are, and then since you have no sense of a sunken cost fallacy, you don't feel like you're really missing out on dropping it. As for me, I don't really mind. It's something I have on the side that I can hit buttons on and be okay, but I'm not spending money. I'm not. It doesn't contain fish, but the guy's sued on having fish allergy triggered by it. Oh. So he lied. So he bought a fish burger, said it activated his allergies, but it actually didn't because apparently it didn't have fish in it. Well, if you ask me, it just sounds like that guy was asking for trouble. I'll do this. I don't have any desire to spend any money on anything in Lost Word. I don't. I've already been down that road with other gacha games. I've learned my lesson. I am a grown-up man. I am a grown individual now, so no matter what you do or put in front of me, I will not spend money on another gacha game. It ain't gonna be a thing. I'm a grown-up. No. I lied. But there are a few places where I actually have the decision-making skills of a real honest-to-God adult. I mean, it's like crab sticks which contain no crab. Are you telling me a shrimp fried this rice? That's a good one. Remember that one, chat. You're gonna need that one in about 20 years from now. That's gonna be your best joke. You're ace in the hole. I hit him with low sweep and I'm still slower than him. There you go. Being an adult means hitting a certain age, but in the actuality, no. It's not about age, it's about mentality, because there are people older than me that are definitely acting worse. I have no pinnacle of maturity, that's for sure. But I don't go into grocery stores and yell at retail workers because I couldn't get my 10 cents off of an item. Like, come on, man. What's happening there? You could be a polite jackass too if you try. Speaking of that, chat, do any of you play Granblue? I know some of you guys play Azure Lane. I know Probably a decent number of you play Lost Word, for better or for worse. I think we're all fools for doing what we do. But, Granblue had a summer campaign promotion they did recently. I don't know if you've seen it or been following it or you've experienced it yourself. But basically, they run this, you know, they usually run these, like, campaigns and stuff. They run these campaigns and stuff where you get a bunch of cool free stuff, and then you can get a chance to get some higher quality, cool free stuff. So, like scratch cards and stuff. So this time around, they introduced a lottery system. So the lottery system was like, you get a card and they do a draw, and you either win or you don't. And there's like 4 tiering of prizes, right? So the tier 4 is the lowest one. You get like fucking nothing. Tier 3 is like, oh, that's pretty good. Tier 2 is like, that's insanely good. And then tier 1 is like insanely good. So it's all 100% free, by the way. So you don't have to do anything but to participate. You just get a free ticket. Well, anyway, that's all over and done with now. And then people who didn't win big have decided that the game is bad. So there's a pretty extreme sense of entitlement that comes with Granblue because they give so much free stuff out. But this time around, it's like the amount of salt from not getting good rewards from your tickets is insanely high. I've seen so many screenshots. My friends play the game, so I've seen them. I understand where they're coming from, where it's like, yeah, it really fucking sucks when you're given tickets and you lose, and then you see people who like win the big, and you're just like, ah, fuck. But like, I can't help but see a serious sense of entitlement in there. It's like, I deserve the luck to win. And some people are like, oh god, well, I'm gonna quit the game now because I didn't get cool free stuff, or I'm just gonna like not play anymore. You know, this happens a lot. This is nothing new. But this time around, it's the negative backlash to it is pretty insane. It's a nice wish cache. I'm trying to think of like a good example. Let me see if I can give you a good example of the reward tiering using like Lost Word as a base. Let me think about this. So there's tier 4, tier 3, tier 2, and tier 1, right? Tier 1 being the best. So let's say you're doing lottery and Lost Word. I guess tier 1 would be like an Ultra Festival unit. It would be an Ultra Festival unit and already be fully uncapped. So they'd have all their spell cards, they'd have all their stars, and you wouldn't have to spend a single resource. They would be completely maxed out on arrival. It could be any one of the Ultra Festival characters you want, right? And they're all maxed out, so you don't have to do any resource at all. And then the tier 2 reward is like 1,000 cubes or something like that, right? Basically enough to pull a free banner and basically enough to fund an entire banner alone. So you can spark something or pity pull something if you want it. Tier 3 would be your choice of a character that isn't limited. Same deal as the tier 1 though. You can take any character you want. Well, no, yeah, you can take any character you want, limited or otherwise, not Ultra Festival, but they're not uncapped. And tier 4 is like 100 cubes, maybe 50. That's probably the best comparison I can make. So basically, tier 1 would give you Scarlet Witch Marissa and fully uncapped, so you don't have to spend a single resource grinding her. And then tier 4 is 20 pulls. That's the kind of comparison. Another one I saw, that for Fire Emblem Heroes was like tier 1 is like you can get any unit you want in the game at +10, and then tier 4 is 20,000 feathers, which is exactly the amount of feathers you need to promote a 4-star to a 5-star. So, it's bad. Spark is just a term I picked up. It refers to being able to pick the unit you want to pull off a banner because you did enough pulls. So you know how in Lost World when you do a pull you get a P item, and you hit 150 P items, you're allowed to choose a banner unit. It's a way to be like, oh, you didn't get what you want? Alright, well, here you go. We call it the pity rate. Or not pity rate, but we call it like pity. So you know how in Fire Emblem Heroes, when you pull and you don't pull a 5-star, your rate of pulling a 5-star increases over time, that kind of thing. The best tier is 2% chance at best. Yep. Yep, I know. I know. It's really bad. Good night, Ditto. So it was a bit rough. The reward tiering was very poorly skewed, and it's been a bit of a mess, I suppose. I wouldn't say I think it's funny. I wouldn't say I think it's funny by any means, because again, I can understand why people are frustrated that they just like lost out just because they didn't get a winning ticket. But like I also think that if somebody gave you a lottery ticket and was like, hey, there's a chance that you can win $1 million on this ticket, and then you didn't win $1 million and you were like, that's bullshit. Would you really say that? You didn't spend anything for that. You got a free ticket that could potentially pay out huge, and you didn't win. I don't really see anything to get mad about there. But of course, it's hard to compare like a real, honest to goodness $1 million fucking lotto ticket to a video game. Obviously, that's not a good idea. But you get what I mean? It's just kind of one of those things where I think you lose nothing by participating, and when you don't win, you just you complain. It's like going all in on 32 on the roulette and then not hitting 32 on the roulette, and you're like, this game is bullshit. I mean, the game is bullshit, but what did you expect? But the difference here is that instead of putting it all in on 32, the casino is like, hey, here's 1,000 chips, and you can do whatever you want with them. Put them all on 32, and you lose them all your free chips. Oh, that's a chandelure, baby. That's just chandelure, dude. I don't want to hit this thing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I want to hit this. Alright, just beat the shit out of it with Signal Beam. Oh, that's not doing any damage. I'll get it. Wow, how about that? How about that? I didn't buy more Pokeballs again. Wasn't that my starter? No, my starter was Spheal. You couldn't possibly break out of a Pokeball while you're frozen. Spirits burned up in its ominous flame lose their way and wander this world forever. Is that so? No, bae. The chorus machine broke. And now I'm in the ship. Oh, well that's nice. I could use a quick ball. How do you freeze a burning chandelier? Oh, no. Freeze around it? Well, maybe it's not hot because it's a ghost fire, right? There we go. There's the gangplank. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. I'm coming, I'm coming. Hacker voice, I'm in. We're good. That dude looks poorly saturated. Fire is fire. That's not true. Ghost flames aren't exactly hot, right? Spirit embers? I mean, it depends what you ask, whether or not that's true. Alright, here we go. Whew. Can already tell bedtime is soon. Oh, this is the schedule I have to run with now, though. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm good, I'm good. But this is gonna be, this is expected at the end of the stream anyway. So, after 4 hours of pogies, like, I don't know how people could do this for 8 hours a day. This shit can get exhausting. I guess it depends on what exactly it is you're doing. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could, like, play the same game for 8 hours in a row, though. I don't even say. Stuff like speedruns, too, right? Speedruns is like... shit, man. Like, some speedruns are quick, but I can imagine doing those hour... Well, an hour one's not so bad. I think if I was ever gonna do speed runs, I would never do a game that's longer than 2 hours. Just because I feel like grinding that or getting something wrong and trying again doesn't give you a lot of time. That kind of deal. Some people do 24-hour streams. Yeah, but those are exceptions. I've heard a few times from different streamers that 24-hour streams are kind of just a pain in the ass more than anything. Obviously, you know, there's still some incentive to them that would make them worth it for people. I understand that. But the way I've seen the negatives I saw explained where you stay up for 24 hours, you feel like absolute shit by the end of it, and for half of the stream, your viewer base is going to be like completely different from your normal viewer base because your times are going to be going over, right? Because you're just going to get a bunch of viewers from a time zone that you're never going to be live on during, ever. And it's like, oh shit, alright. So you'll never see them again. But like, they'll be there. I wouldn't say a 24-hour stream would be impossible. But like, fuck dude, you would need a lot to do for that stream and you would need to be able to do it. And here I am, 4 hours into this stream and I'm like, I want to go to Betty Bye soon. So, I am a weak gene pool, it seems. I keep thinking that Houndoom is poisoned. You want to talk about like mental fortitude? It's fucking Worcester, man. Worcester has... She does some of the craziest speed runs. They're just like 100% categories for games that you really, no man was ever really meant to 100%. They'll just get up and then do a 27-hour Pokemon Stadium 100% run. They'll just be good for 27 hours. How do you do that? It's rough. He's got something figured out. He's got a lot of passion for his projects. So I can see how he can put in the effort to it, but like I don't think I have the mental fortitude to challenge something like that on a regular basis. I mean, obviously he doesn't just do it every single day because you would run yourself into the ground. Wait, there's no card key reader. What? Where's the card reader? Oh, I have to hit buttons? What the fuck? Chat, the ship is different in black too. I didn't know that. What the fuck? I didn't know. Okay. I didn't know that. That's another thing that's different in this game then. Again, I've only ever played white too, so. Seems kind of like a pointless change. Oh boy. That's some Ninja Turtle green. Pick him up and put him down. What was the longest stream I've ever done? Probably 5.5 hours. But like, you know, I just don't really have the ability to go much longer than that. If I started earlier, maybe, but at the same time, I think it's fine to take this in 5-hour intervals. 8 hours a day, every single day? That's rough. That's a big commitment. Well, I imagine the way this is gonna work is I have to go in the rooms. I have to go in the rooms, find the buttons, or the warp panels to hit the buttons to disable the barrier. Working 8 hours a day is also rough. That's true. That's true. Birthday Mario streams. Oh yeah, those were pretty long. I forgot about those. Which one's the bedroom? I did some of those before. You know, I'd get up, I'd work 8 to 4 in the morning, go home, shower, eat, and I'd stream at 5 to 10, and then that would be my day. And I wouldn't say I had more energy for those by any means, but I think no, maybe I did, because I didn't do a whole lot. I don't do a whole lot as it is now, but like, you think me doing more would equate to getting tired faster, but I guess because I was more active in general, that I ended up building more stamina in general, so I wasn't tired as fast. I don't really know though, but I don't remember being that tired at the end of the streams. Obviously, I would be ready to go to bed in like an hour, because sometimes I'd have to get up and go to work the next day at 8 a.m. again. Is this finally a good matchup for the Holy Father? Could it be? God. You don't have Surf, I forgot. Who the fuck has Surf? Hydreigon does. Alright, well this was a mistake. Holy Father is on his way. Lava Plume? That's fine. It's not gonna burn me. You gotta kill. Mark that down in the history books, I suppose. Oh no. Oh no. That Slacking is minty fresh. The sound effect for that move sounds like it came from Gen 2. I'm just gonna do this real quick. It sounded like, yeah, it sounded like a Gen 2 sound effect. After 8 slacking. Easy. Easy. I don't think that's the first kill the Holy Father has gotten, but it may as well be his only kill because he's so fucking garbage. He will never ever get another one. Alright. I want to try these out, but I think I'll explore this first. I have to find the bedroom to heal. Not this one. There's a lot of teleporters to try. Some ugly looking shading on him, but the purple itself isn't too bad. Goodbye, strange creature. bug type. Huh. Alright, never mind. Never you mind. We're doing just fine out here. At least I'll be able to enjoy Chorus and Gets' theme when I'm more alive. So chat, for tomorrow, as I said earlier, be doing a little bit of a imperishable night to get back into the groove of the game. I don't know if I'm gonna do Lunatic. Maybe I will. To be honest, I haven't like played the game. I haven't played a Toho game in a while now. I think it's actually been like 2 months. So I might be mad crusty at it. And I wasn't even that great to begin with, so I'll have to see how well that goes. And of course, there's still Toho Mother. There's almost done Keifu. And then there's also Lisa. There's also a few games as well I want to take a look at. So we'll see how that all goes. Speaking of that, actually, there was a game I wanted to check out. I don't remember the name of it, but I follow the dev on Twitter. He released a demo for it. It was like a Renko and Maribel game. He put a demo out like 2 weeks ago, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and I haven't been able to check it out. So I wanted to take a look at that, but I don't know how long the demo is. If it's like really short, then you know I can squeeze it in somewhere. But if it's like a decently length demo that I can get some good time out of, then I can do that. There's another game I want to do as well. I really want to do it, but I need to clear up a block for it. But that's a surprise, so I'll leave that to your imaginations. Ooh, rainbows. Almost finished Isaac as well. I did a Tainted Lazarus run on my own because I hate myself apparently. And I got a boss rush and lamb clear, which is great, but at the same time, why did I do that? So the only characters I have to play in that game are Laz, Jacob, and Lost, and it's just like, ugh. Dude. Pro tip: if you're trying to get every unlock, don't leave the characters like that for last, because they will destroy any fun you had with the game. It's called Cross the Boundary, the one where it's all character before the game, right? Yes, I believe so. That sounds correct. I don't remember though, because my memory is terrible. Speaking of that though, chat, do you remember that Koichi game that was on the Steam Toho Steam page for a while? I forget what it was called, but it was called like Lumo. You remember that one? It had really good artwork, and the dev had a few entries in some of the jams that I played. You remember? You know what I'm talking about? Surely you know what I'm talking about, right? Well, yeah, it's gone. No, I know it's gone, but I ended up looking at the Steam page for Toho Games a couple days ago, and I saw a game with a different name under a different publisher, but the art looked exactly the same. Yeah, okay, yeah. There it is. Yep. They took it down and bring it back under a new name because I recognized the art and I was like, wait a minute, didn't that get taken down? And it did, but then, you know, they changed their name. Got an avatar frame from that game. It's not out yet. It's coming out in. It's set to release for 2022, and I thought it was weird because they're selling the soundtrack for $18 Canadian right now for a game that's not going to come out until next year. You wanted the Lumo update it for free with the new game. Well, I know why the Lumo game was taken down. I know that. but I just thought it was, I was like, what the hell? And then it was there. So I assume they learned their lesson and left out certain aspects of their video game this time. God, I want to believe they did. Where's the sleepy bed? How do I sleepy bed? It's gotta be this one, right? I've tried every other fucking bed. Yep. There you go. There we go. And... oh, now it's like up front. Lumo was only taken down because of the DLC, not Lumo itself. Oh, well... I just don't, I don't understand, man. I don't understand how that shit, I don't understand how they thought that shit would fly. I really don't. Dead for the Wamiji dungeon game? That's Firecat. One of the few names I can immediately recognize because their games are good. Speaking of that, Chot. The Station Jam's done now, right? That's all concluded and done. When can I start playing them? Seems like there's a lot of entries, and I want to play them. Station's done. Yeah. I heard that they mostly played minigame focused games on the stream, which makes sense. I understand why that's the case, because when you're playing that many entries, you don't have time for every single one of them. I mean, look at my dumbass. I can take upwards to like 2 hours for less than 10 games, and you want Zun to play all 68 of your games to a substantial length in the time span of one live stream? That's a hard sell. So it makes sense why they would pick as many games as they can based on the amount of content, immediately like known, available, understandable content in it, right? And to me, a quick mini game that can be understood in 5 seconds is definitely one that you can play. Whereas a game that has story or anything like that, or like tutorials, they probably wouldn't roll with those because, you know, they'd spend so much time learning how to play the game and then they have to move on. I get it. It sucks though. The reason it sucks is because when people will see that and be like, okay, so if you want Zun to play your video game for your jam game, you need to fit these requirements. It needs to be a short mini game that they can play on stream in a timely manner. And, you know, if you want Zun to play your game, everybody wants Zun to play their game. That's the best way to do it. And I'm sure a lot of entrants are going to be shooting for that, right? Because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want Zun to play your game? So it'll be a lot. There's nothing wrong with minigames, by the way. I have no issue with minigames. But would you'd rather people make what they want instead of making what they think will work, right? That kind of thing. I don't really follow any of the jam stuff because I like playing them blind. That makes them fun. Zun played your game? Nice. How many did Zun end up playing, actually? It isn't a minigame game. Oh, how about that? Well, that's good. How many did he play? Because there's 68, he couldn't have played all of them. He played 20. That's actually a respectable amount. That's a little less than a third. That's pretty good. Oh boy, here we go. Alright, there's one. Okay. Oh boy. Try another. See, I'm pretty sure the stream that was for it, that was also the stream they had 17.5 information, yeah? Because their stream is probably around 6 or 5 a.m. my time, so that's already not happening for me. But like, it also happened at a time frame where like there's no, I had to be up at early times. There was no way I was getting up that early or staying up that long for it though. There's a little window for devs to update their games, but I know a few Western devs are planning to. Well, I'm not necessarily in a rush to play them. I would like to start playing them, and odds are I'm going to be playing them for a while because there's 68 of them things. So I'd like to be able to start them, but you don't need to give them to me necessarily alphabetically. You can, if there are people who are working on post-jam versions that fix things up, I can gladly wait for those, because I'm sure if people have plans for that, they'd much rather people play the finished version than the version they had 3 days on that might have a few bugs they didn't have enough time to fix. Always pick weighted randomly. Okay, I don't know how you picked anything. I just took the folder and was like, nice, and then I played what was inside. My file explorer sorts everything alphabetically anyway, so whatever you throw in there will be sorted. Have it for the weekend? That'd be good, actually. I would like to do that on Saturday. This is gonna be, we're gonna crunch. Oh, I'm a jackass. There we go. 10 instead of 15. That's fine. It really just depends on how many of them are gonna be like super long, right? I'd like to be able to get through one folder at a time. But if you do 10 at a time, it's gonna take like 7 streams. I'd say maybe do like, I guess not 15, but if there's 68, how many can you do that makes it like a reasonable amount split up? Because the most streams I've ever done for jam entries is like 4, right? I don't want to do 7 streams of jam games because that's 7 weeks. That's like 2 months. So that's a long time to wait. So I think it might be better to give me more in general, because, you know, I wouldn't mind going overtime for some of them. But if I only have 10, then once I'm out, right? I'd rather have extra and back to play if I have the time than finish early and then not have any more to play. Especially since, as I said, it's going to take, if you do 10 at a time, it's going to take 7 streams. That's going to be 2 months, which means I wouldn't finish until October. And by that point, it's like, oh shit, right? Keeping updates in mind. Well, how long do post-jam updates usually take, right? They don't seem to take that long. I mean, at the very least, all the jam games I've played. Those, well, I guess those I usually play like 3 weeks after the fact because I wait for the results, the voting, and then you put them together. I'm switching the hand puppet. So they're probably already done because they had so much time. Station Jam, however, just finished like a couple days ago. I don't know, I just want to play them. If the bugs aren't too bad, then it is what it is. But you know, if people, whatever it is how good it is. Alright, that sucked. I'd much rather the password. Alrighty. Well, I don't really know necessarily what it is about games. I don't know if they really add more content or anything, but I imagine they want to fix bugs, so when the game is actually, that's a skunk tank. When the game is actually played, people can enjoy it and not be like, oh shit, right? Even if you don't win, you put your game out there for people to play. You want people to be able to actually play it. That's why I always say some of the most important things you can have for your jam entry is a way for people to play through the entire game without dropping so much time on it, right? Right, shoot. Some have more content. Okay, well, that's good. Like some of the games I've played in jams look great, and I enjoy them, but because they're not generous with checkpoints, I can't finish them in reasonable time frames, so I can't see them all through to the end. And it sucks because I want to see every game through to the end, because I want to play each game to see what it has to offer. But if you're not giving me a checkpoint, and I have to start the game back from the beginning every time I die, I'm not feeling that. I'm not able to do that. You know, I understand if people want a challenge. If they want to put a challenge in the game, that's fine, but I really think that if you're submitting your game for a jam, you should make it so people can play it and be able to play all of it, because the people who are going to be voting for it are going to be other participants, right? And it's not like everybody in the world is good at video game, so wouldn't you rather be like, okay, so this person is going to vote on my game, and they're going to play it, and they're going to die in level 1, and then they're going to get to level 2, and then they're going to game over, and then they have to do level 1 again. Tell me, if you have to judge 40 different games in like 5 days, are you going to put that much time into that one game because level 2 is an asshole? Are you gonna do that? Be real with me. Me personally, I'd give it 1 or 2 honest tries depending on how I'm losing. If the game is bugged and it's just bullshit and I can't get through it because nonsense, I probably won't give it more than 1 try. If the game is pretty genuine but like rough around the edges, I'll give it a few tries, but ultimately it'll be the same story for later levels and I won't bother pursuing it. If the game is very good, then I would. However, most of the games that are really good have built-in checkpoints. Like Neo Against Tokyo Zero is a really fucking good game. One of the best I ever played from the jams. And that game had a super ridiculous ball-bustingly hard difficulty, but every single room was a checkpoint so you could keep trying. And that's what I did. I kept trying because the checkpoints were generous. So I was able to continue trying each room until I got it right. That's what I did. Now if the game was like, oh, you died back to the start, I would not have tried any longer than 1 attempt. Because the game had a reasonable checkpoint system for the difficulty that wasn't too ball-bustingly difficult, I was able to actually continue playing it, and then I spent nearly 3 hours on it, which is quite a large amount of time to play for a game with only 2 bosses in it, when you think about it. But you get what I mean? Like, I like controller support, for sure, but that's just a preference thing. Like, for the Pride Jam I played a couple weeks ago, that Momoyo game I played, Sweet Digger, I actually really liked it. But if you game over, you had to start from level 1. So I never got to see the boss at level 20, and I really wanted to. I thought the game was pretty solid, and I wanted to see the final boss. But because I always had to start at level 1 every time I game over it, I was never going to be able to see the final boss. And I didn't bother trying again after I died a few times, right? Neo Against Tokyo dev is the same dev as the Momiji game, yes. They have a good style and they have a good grasp of what they want, and they're good at execution. So their games are quite enjoyable. Their games are very enjoyable. They're the kind of games. I don't want scary face. They're the kind of games that you would love to see expanded upon and have full versions kind of deal. That's the kind of games that they have. Like if Neo Against Tokyo Zero was a full-length game with multiple stages and like a full team behind it, it would be a phenomenal game. Because even as just like essentially a tech demo, because it's a jam game, it was good enough for me to play for 3 hours, right? That's how much I liked it. So I would gladly play a full version of that game. I would gladly pay money for a full version of that game. Do they participate in the Station Jam? I hope so. But I also understand if they didn't because the Pride Jam like just happened. It's a nice dust storm. It's time. The Holy Father gets another one. They didn't? Oh. That's alright though. Again, the Station Jam was like a week after I finished playing the Pride Jam entries. So that was about it was about nearly 2 months difference. How many different Toho Jams are there? I don't know if there's gonna be a Chirno one, but there's usually one around like spring-ish, I think it is. The last one was Toho Jam 5, and they got the Pride Jam one that they have now. And then the Station Jam is new, it started last year. And I think it's just those three. So three Toho themed jams a year. I would like to see some seasonal ones, like something for December, Christmas theme. But I also understand that if you put too many projects, people are gonna be like, oh fuck, right? Summer, winter, spring, and Pride, yeah. And sometimes bonus for Cheerbo. Some of the Cheerbo ones were pretty neat. I actually really liked the Chirno Lisa one. I wanted to see if that one could be expanded on as a full game. I just remember Rumia had a chiseled jawline. Chirno Lisa was it was a concept. The thing about the Jam games, though, is a lot of them have really promising concepts, but I don't really know if anyone ever bothers to enhance or finish them. They might just lose motivation and not want to, but there are quite a few different games that have promise. It's also like just a good way for developers to practice in different things, right? Different formats, or just get more familiar with one that they're comfortable in. Go. Head to the giant chasm. I'm on it, bro. I keep instinctively going to Crobat to fly. I keep forgetting. You don't fly with Crobat. You fly with Babero. I'm just impressed that people can actually make competent games in 3 days' time. It takes me a fucking day to write a script. It takes me weeks to edit. I don't know how you people are writing code, coming up with ideas, programming them, and having them work in 3 days' time. That shit sounds impossible to me. Alright, let's head to the chasm. Wait, wrong way. Wait, right way? I'm in the wrong spot. There we go. I don't know either. Aren't you a programmer? What do you mean you don't know? Aren't you supposed to be the person who does know? Concepts are in advance. You can't say that because the Station Jam probably doesn't have any specific theme, but game jams often have a specific theme that you're supposed to work with, right? So you can, if you have a concept in mind and it doesn't fit the theme, you can't roll with it. Station has 4 themes. So yeah, see, like, the games are supposed to fit the theme. So if you have a concept that you want to work on that fits the theme, you're good to go. But you really can't, like, rely on that. Sometimes you need to think of something on the spot. There's a lot of different ideas. Some people have some real creative ideas for these things, and they're quite a treat to play. Some of them don't make any goddamn sense, and that's the fun part. Not gonna lie, I'm a pretty big fan of the shitpost games. I'm pretty easily entertained, and those kind of games remind me of Vinny's Sunday streams. So I like them because they're funny. Like, they don't have to be the greatest game in the world, but they just have a certain level of humor to them, because you know there's like a certain level of humor you need for them to be a shitpost and be an enjoyable shitpost, whereas opposed to just being like a shitpost. You know, you feel me? You understand what I'm saying? It's hard to balance shitpost humor. Like, I thought Rainbow's Awesome Holiday had great shitpost humor. That game was great, but it also had like a semblance of a real storyline to it. But it also had a good semblance of stupid humor that made me laugh. Shitposting is fun, what can I say? That's all there is to it. I don't know why I came this way. Huh. Yeah, Lily came from that game. It's great. Still waiting for the bonus episode. It'll be here. Koishi Hell games. I did play them on April Fools. Scripts are a little different. The shitpost scripts are pretty great though. I got a good laugh out of the ones we played on April Fools. God, this music is putting me to sleep. Damn, that didn't work. I'm not even sure what I lost to in the other game. Still no date on the extra content, but you know, when it gets here, it gets here. Hopefully I'll be ready to stream it right away when it does. I'm not worried about this video getting content claimed as a Howard. Was Howard the alien really worth it? For those 30 seconds? I didn't even get him on the stream. Go to the point where I'm gonna press a stupid button. And I'm not gonna get a kill, and I'm gonna die, and I'm not gonna even realize what I did wrong. Good. Not a bad shade. Or you teach. Next. 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 Please move it along. Oh yeah, right, that dude, you know, the dude looking for his purloin, the Shadow Triad might have it, that's what he's told. Now he's gonna go find the ninja people and kick their ass and take his Pokemon back. Sorry, I'm skipping the story. But I say this. I actually think Black and White, I like Black and White 2's story. It's one of my favorite Pokemon games. I enjoy the story. It is a little bit it's pretty story-centric, that's for sure. And I've played it a few times, so I already know it. So it's like, a lot of people probably also know it, so I apologize for that. Alright, here we are. I'm on the boat. There we go. Go ahead. Yeah, oh god, I got it. I got it. Where do I go again? Oh, this way. Wow. This has got to be the last battle, right? Oh my god. Those are terrible. I don't want to fight either of them. That Slowbro is as pink as Kirby. Oh my, I don't want to. It's not even going to kill. Oh, Bulldoze might now, actually. Basically, Patrick. Alright, please kill. There you go. There you go, there you go. Zoom roll, huh? Not a bad color scheme for it, actually. Or I don't like it. This team is all smiles, and I am anything but. That did so much damage. Superpower. Oh, you're dead. One, two. Cha cha cha. 3, 4. Cha cha cha. 5, 6. Cha cha cha. 7, 8. Cha cha cha. Why am I dead? And where's my opponent? I don't know where my opponent went. Anyway, I can't lose this matchup. He switched, and the only reason AI will ever switch, like ever, is because they don't have an attack that hits me. Which means his only attack is poison type moves. Which means I win, even if that didn't hit. Or didn't kill instantly. C B T. Can you heal me? Oh, can you heal me? Fine. I'll heal myself later. I'm good though. I'm good. Amazing. That was a lot of progress. I beat a gym leader. What else did I do? I don't know. I've already lost count. Anyway, that was nearly 5 hours. And I'm closer to the end. I beat Marlin, and the only thing left in the game is this area, and Victory Road, and then the Elite Four, and then we're good. So I can probably crank that out in 2 streams. Yeah, I give myself 2 streams. So we're getting close to the end. The question is, who's gonna finish first? Because they're real close. So it's really just gonna be a matter of good play, I suppose. And by good play, I mean confusion recoil. We'll see.